November 8th Commission meeting. On the agenda today, we're going to have items of interest from the commissioners, which will be followed by the director's report. On the consent agenda, which will follow that, we'll have consideration of the minutes from October 25th. And the right-of-way I was surprised to see this on here, sorry. At South Moody and Ross Island Bridge. That will be followed by electric vehicle strategy briefing, which will then be followed by the Inclusionary Housing Zoning Code Project work session and recommendations. Just want to make note for those that we've got Commissioner Rudd on the phone with us. So with that, are there any items of interest? Chris?
So I'll continue my Vision Zero series. Since our last meeting, the 35th person was killed on Portland streets this year. This one was, in some ways, particularly sad. It was a cyclist on the St. John's Bridge. There was an unlicensed motorist operating a vehicle he knew to be mechanically unsound who lost control and hit the cyclist, killing him. This one is particularly troubling to me because 10 years ago, the last time that ODOT restriped the St. John's Bridge, they had the opportunity to create a dedicated bicycle lane. They didn't do that because it would have increased travel times across the bridge for automobiles by 6 seconds. So I think we still have a long way to go to implement the priorities in our comp plan and in our Vision Zero policy. Thanks.
Eli?
Well, sorry for the sad news, but also this past week, Portland lost, as many people probably know, Justin Burry, who was a friend and a powerful advocate for people who are just a piece of paper away from having their life scrambled up from losing their housing. He was the director of Community Alliance of Tenants for years.
Any other items? No, I thought maybe you were jumping in there, Mike. It doesn't look like it. So Susan, director's report?
I just have a few things so that we can get on to the business of today. First of all, you each have this large packet in front of you. This looks like this, and this is on the Central City 2035 plan. These documents include a memo that highlights some of the changes since the last version that was sent to you electronically. So use this as the one you're reviewing, and we will have that discussion and work session next week on November 16th. A couple other things. It's a busy week at Council, considering planning and sustainability items. We have 3 items at Council this week. First, tomorrow we have a hearing on the residential infill project that you all looked at and passed on your recommendations. I believe Kat and Teresa will be there representing the Planning and Sustainability Commission. Anyone else who wants to attend, absolutely welcome. If you want to provide testimony, I'll ask the mayor to call you up at the beginning so you can be one of the first people to testify if there's extras. Also on Wednesday, Council will have a second reading and we'll vote on the mass shelters ordinance. And then third, on Thursday, Council will have a hearing on the fossil fuel infrastructure ordinance that you also made recommendations on, and I believe Gary is going to represent the Planning and Sustainability Commission in front of City Council. So really busy couple of days ahead, a lot that is kind of coming through the pipeline that you've, not a fossil fuel pipeline, but other kind of pipeline here, down through the Planning and Sustainability Commission and to City Council. So we're winding up a lot of great work, and thank you again for all the time and effort and energy and great ideas that you bring to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, quick observation on the fossil fuel letter we sent. Not suggesting any changes, but just curious. I know we had quite a lot of conversation among ourselves regarding the opportunity that the future hazard planning process would offer for forcing the issue on seismic upgrades, and that didn't make it into the bill. I was just curious if that was discussed and decided not to include it, or we just forgot about it. Anybody recall? It just seemed like an opportunity to put.
I think we must have just Somebody
Yeah.
did it by accident.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'd
Sorry
be
about that.
appropriate to
Sorry.
bring that up or not, but Gary,
Might add that to Gary's.
just as an aside.
Yeah, I'm not, Mike, I'm not exactly sure what part of the seismic part you didn't think got in there. I mean,
There is a process that is forthcoming, right, in the relatively near future regarding hazard planning
overall hazard level.
overall for the city. And we discussed that is an opportunity to push the envelope in terms of seismic upgrades in that area. That's
Okay.
all.
Good point. Due to the right-of-way adjustment for Southwest Moody and at the Ross Island Bridge, I have a conflict of interest. So I am going to walk away from your consent on that particular item. Chris, will you take over? And then I'll come back.
Sure. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Second?
Can I do second, and I want to make a comment on it also?
Well, by definition, we don't comment on consent, so if you want to pull it off so we can discuss it, you can do that, and then we can have a discussion.
I will, I support having a consent agenda, so I'll second it.
Okay? All in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, consent agenda is adopted.
I'd like to make a comment outside of this.
Go for it.
I mean, this is one of, we get right-of-way dedications coming to us pretty frequently, and this is actually one where I've actually eaten the food cards. It's an income-generating property for the city of Portland. And in discussing this with staff, I thought, is this, as a policy decision, something we want to consider of selling right-of-way rather than just charging developers for the processing costs associated with the right-of-way dedication? And in some cases, I think right-of-way dedication is transferring public-private property to the private sector that really is a maintenance hassle for the public. This seemed like an example where it's actually already an income-generating property for the city. And in talking to staff, it sounds like in Seattle, they make $1 million a year selling excess right-of-way. Some Oregon jurisdictions sell it. And even though, according to our interpretation of state statute, we're not allowed to sell it under current rules. So I understand that there's a statutory issue there, but it seems like Portland may be leaving something on the table, transferring right-of-way in situations where it's got real value.
I could empathize with that. When I served on the Burnside Cooch Stakeholders Group, we considered narrowing Burnside considerably, which would have created a lot of developable land, and we really wanted to find a way to capture the value, and we're told that state law prohibited that. Maybe Susan's going to elucidate us on that.
And if I can make a comment, I'm from Right-of-Way Acquisition, Sarah Johnston. So David McEldowney is actually would like to make a push to change the state statute for that. But currently now, we're stuck with doing the straight vacation process instead of selling our land.
So that's what he told me also, and I would put in the minutes, I guess, just that I would encourage that
Okay.
legislative initiative. Thanks.
Thank you for that discussion. Thank you, Chris, for taking over. So next item on the agenda, if Michelle and Ingrid could come up, this is the electric vehicle strategy briefing.
All right, thank you very much. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Michelle Krim. I manage the climate planning work for the city, including the development of our most recent climate action plan and climate preparation strategy. And I'm here with Ingrid Fish, who works with me on the climate work, and then also is the city's lead for electric vehicles. And so we're here today to talk to you about the update of the electric vehicle strategy. As you know, in 2015, we adopted the most recent version of the city's climate action plan. And one of the key objectives in that climate action plan is to reduce the carbon emissions that are associated with our transportation fuels, and electric vehicles are a key component of that. And so to that end, we have actions in the climate action plan to accelerate the adoption and replacement of gas-powered vehicles with electric vehicles, and also to build out the infrastructure to support those electric vehicles. And so we began working on electric vehicles explicitly back in 2010, which is, we were preparing for the launch of the Nissan Leaf. And so a lot has changed since then. It's not uncommon nowadays to see all electric vehicles driving around on our roads. And so Ingrid has been leading the process to update the city's priorities and goals and actions related to electric vehicles to address sort of the new landscape that we're operating in. So today we don't really have a specific ask of you other than we just wanted to brief you about this project and give you the opportunity to give us any guidance or feedback that you might have on what we're putting together. And so with that, I will turn it over to Ingrid.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to talk about the EV strategy. I think you all received the latest version of the EV strategy actions. They're a little bit different than the ones that were emailed out to you. They've been updated. Just a little bit of context. I'm sure you all know that we have a goal in our climate action plan to reduce carbon emissions from the 1990 levels, 40% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. The transportation of goods and people account for nearly 40% of our local carbon emissions. And so switching to a low carbon fuel, namely electricity, is, like Michelle said, a key part of our strategy. Portland has kind of our approach to personal mobility is grounded in the idea that the personal automobile is the least desirable mobility option. And so when we are coming up with EV incentives and programs and policies, we just want to keep in mind that although we want to make it attractive to drive an EV, we don't want to make it so attractive that we're actually taking people away from doing the good things that they're doing, such as walking, cycling, and taking public transit. Portland's strategy focuses on reducing emissions from those private vehicles that remain in use. And so when we look at this chart of kind of where we've been and where we're going, we want to get 60% of people drove alone in 2012. We want to decrease that to 20% in 2030. And so when we're looking at electrifying vehicles, what we're really focusing on for the future is that carpool, drive alone, and transit section of the 2030 target mode share. So as Michelle said, EVs are here already, and we expect them to grow exponentially over the next 10 years. The state of Oregon has committed to a goal to have all new vehicles that are sold in 2050 be zero-emission vehicles. There are currently 9,000 EVs in Oregon and about 6,000 in the metro region and about 3,000 in Portland. We expect to see the EV car sales equal gas car sales around 2024. This kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of what is out there right now. There are 26 EV models available on the market, and I think you can get 23 or 24 of them here in Portland. And it just kind of shows that there's a really diverse price range for these vehicles, as well as the range, which means the amount of miles it can drive on one charge. And in the future, we expect to see some of these ranges increasing and costs decreasing. For example, the Tesla Model 3 is coming out in 2017, and we'll have a 215-mile range, and the Chevy Bolt, not Volt, but Bolt, which is an all-electric vehicle, will be out in 2017 as well, and it will have a range of about 230 miles and be about $37,000. So the trend really is to increase range and decrease cost, which is good. So what are we doing to prepare for all of these new EVs that are coming out? We are updating the city's EV strategy. As Michelle mentioned, the last strategy was written in 2010. The landscape for EVs is changed, and so we're syncing up the strategy with the current landscape. And so I've been spending the last year and a half researching EV policies, reaching out to stakeholders, and applying for our Smart Cities grant, the EV section of that grant. And we've come up with nearly 50 actions that you guys have before you, and we've sent these actions out to internal city bureau folks for review, external stakeholders for review. We're briefing you now, and then we expect to go to city council on December 14th to seek approval. So a little bit about the actions that are in the plan. We have a number of actions that are kind of under the shared mobility topic, and we are really encouraging shared mobility. It's a great way to reduce carbon emissions and to decrease the need for people to own personal vehicles. So some of the things we're doing in that category are we're working with Hacienda CDC and Drive Oregon to create low-income car share pilot projects to kind of increase exposure of electric vehicles and decrease the price of being able to drive one of those. Another thing we're trying to do is seek funding to electrify some of the bikes in Biketown or add electric bikes to Biketown, which would expand the boundaries of Biketown and increase access to folks who live further away from the central city. We're looking at incentives and ways to increase shared mobility options and have those companies like Zipcar, Car2Go, ReachNow, Uber, and Lyft have electric vehicles in their fleets. And we're looking at ways to incentivize that. One of the biggest barriers to EV uptake is the lack of awareness of EVs in the general public. Many people don't know how they work, they don't know that there are purchasing incentives available, and they don't know about the environmental and economic benefits. So we have a lot of actions in the plan that have to do with education and outreach, one of which is the Northwest EV Showcase, which will be a physical location for a marketing and outreach campaign, and it'll be at the World Trade Center. And they'll have electric vehicles on display and electric charging infrastructure, and they'll have people who are really knowledgeable about EVs to talk to people from the public. We're also working on specifically targeting outreach and education for low-income populations and people of color. So we will be looking to educate folks about financing options, to educate folks about opportunities to purchase used EVs, and to do those pilot projects that I was talking about, low-income pilot car share projects. We're doing an electric bike pilot program, which Drive Oregon is spearheading with the Community Cycling Center, in which it's focused on low-income people and women, because those are the two demographics of bike commuters that are the kind of the lowest ridership. And so we will be loaning out bikes for about 6 weeks, e-bikes for 6 weeks to different people within that demographic to increase their awareness and exposure of electric bikes. Charging infrastructure is necessary. We can't have these cars driving around without a place to charge them. So we'll be working to explore ways to develop EV-ready requirements for new construction buildings, especially multifamily buildings. We will be increasing the amount of electric charging pods. So Electric Avenue, which is at the World Trade Center, we will be looking at ways to kind of put more of those e-mobility hubs around the city. And we'll be developing public right-of-way policies and priorities to figure out where to place that charging infrastructure. The last category is fleet, freight, and transit actions. The city of Portland's fleet right now has 20% of our city's sedan fleet are electric vehicles. We're increasing that to 30% by 2020. We're working to figure out ways to electrify medium and heavy-duty vehicles. That's probably the category with the least amount of models available, and the models that are out there are much more expensive than their the gas vehicles that are comparable. We're also working with TriMet. TriMet just received a $3.4 million federal grant to get 4 electric buses. They expect to get more electric buses, and so we're working with them to support their long-term electrification plan and to encourage them to place e-buses in areas of the city that already have high air quality issues. So what's my vision for the future? I see a future where my children, who are 5 and 7, will never have to own a car. They will be able to use their phone or whatever device they're using at that time to call up an autonomous electric vehicle that will show up at our house 5 minutes after they've called. I guess I won't be living with them anymore. But it'll show up with a ski rack and a car seat for their kids. And there might be another family in the car that's also going up to Mount Hood where they're headed. And it really won't make very much financial sense to own your own car in the future. And we'll look at driving as something that's a distraction from our computers and our phones instead of the other way around. And this is just a picture of my family's electric vehicle. Questions?
Go ahead, Maggie.
Thank you for this. This is looking great. Are each of these policies in order of priority?
Good question. We've got a lot of feedback about prioritizing them. They're not, mostly because there's so many different organizations that are doing different things on the list. And so we didn't want to put, for example, TriMet's electrification plan ahead of the right-of-way policy work that we're doing. So we haven't prioritized them at this time, but they are marked by double stars in the actions that the city is responsible for itself instead of supporting other people to do the work.
So with e-parking or the electric bikes, is there evidence that reduces trips made by single occupancy vehicles, or?
Well, I don't know about specific evidence. I know that we don't drive our car because we have an electric vehicle.
But I
or
mean
an electric bike,
bikes.
sorry.
Oh, okay.
So I ride around the city and we do all of our primary transportation needs within the city are done on my electric bike with my kids. So it definitely has the potential to do that.
And then, are you going to be working on state advocacy for, say, rebates for electric vehicles? Because
Absolutely.
like in California, right, so with their greenhouse gas emission reduction proceeds associated with cap and trade, they can essentially, like some low-income communities or households are actually being paid to take an electric vehicle.
Yeah, it's
But
called
there's-
cash for clunkers.
But there's still not the level of uptake that they want to see, and a lot of that, I'm glad you're targeting, is outreach and education. But, I mean, really, if we are targeting low-income households, we do need to pay them, right? Like,
Yep,
$500,
affordability and,
yeah.
absolutely. So the state is will be considering a rebate program, and I'm urging that rebate program to be instant rebates, because for low-income people and people of color, getting the, reimbursed after you have to pay the full price doesn't help as much as having that help up front. And then also for financing, you get lower financing if you're paying a lower price. So yeah, absolutely, that's
And
our
can you
plan.
consider outreach and marketing through a partnership, say, with utilities or LIHEAP? So if you automatically qualify for one of those programs, you're sent information that you qualify for this vehicle.
Absolutely, we're working with the utilities, and they have a program that's dedicated to low income for EVs, and we're working with them to try to, they know that marketing and outreach is a huge piece of it, and so I could definitely see something like that happening, and we've been discussing that, yeah.
Thank you.
Katie?
I was really excited to see you mentioning e-bikes, and I have one.
Yay!
Yeah, and I can attest that I drive less because I have an e-bike. It really isn't the same as having a regular bike. I can come to a meeting like this and be dressed normally, and it doesn't take 2 hours. So that's my little testimonial. I love it, actually, and I would really love to see more people. They seem to have an image problem or something.
Yeah, like you're
because-
cheating.
Yeah, the cheating problem, and it's really, no, they're great. But, and also, TriMet needs to be more welcoming. They're heavier, so it's hard, you can't really put them on the trains very easily. And so they need to have more bike parking that's very safe, because at this point, and the other thing is the cost of the e-bikes, they're more expensive. So anyway, I just
But
So
they're
glad
less
that you're
expensive
pushing
than a
that, and
car.
I want to encourage even more.
Yeah.
Because I think they could tip over and become a very important part of the e-vehicle
I agree.
thing.
Eli?
Well, testimonials, our family's car's been a Leaf for a couple of years and we love it. But we have an off-street parking space and I generally don't like the city to encourage off-street spaces, but on the last accessory dwelling unit tour, there was one stop where the only reason they wanted to have a curb cut was to be able to charge up their electric vehicle. And they actually put one in, the city made them put a curb there. And I like some of the proposals in the residential infill project of saying you don't have to put a driveway because you're losing a curb spot, but the only problem with that is where do you charge the thing? So I'm just wondering, I'm not sure how we would operate if we didn't have a place to plug it in, just for that use, even if we were storing it on the street. Do you have an idea of which of these scenarios would make it functional for people who have a car, maybe it's a share car, whatever, where they don't have an off-street spot?
Yeah, it's a big problem. It's a problem that almost all the cities that I've talked to are dealing with. So that's kind of why we're trying to get more of those Electric Avenue pods around the city. We're also working to get the multifamily because most of those folks don't have their own dedicated parking spots. Yeah, so that's kind of the way that we're trying to go at it at this point. San Francisco has a pilot program where they are kind of letting a certain amount of people put charging infrastructure that they pay for in the right of way. And so we're also trying to look to see how that works there.
That's where I thought it might go, and that seems like it may be a natural thing to let a developer put electricity in the right of way so people can plug and park in front.
Chris?
So I want to add my full-throated support of the action items and expand a little bit more on the e-bike front. For those of us who've been around here a little while, may remember back in 2010 when we did the bicycle master plan, we added bicycle classification, some of the hillier routes in town in anticipation of e-bikes. There are now 6 dedicated e-bike stores in Portland, and the owner of one of those told me that he believes there are probably between 2,000 and 3,000 e-bikes in the city right now, and we're seeing the adoption curves ramping up in Europe and China, so the U.S. still has some catching up to do. Really, I look at it as one more tool to get to the 25% bicycle mode share goal that we have in the TSP, and it makes cycling more practical for longer routes, hillier routes, gives some people who may have ability issues that extra boost to be able to make cycling feasible. And I want to express my appreciation to Ingrid and PBOT because we have a bicycle parking zoning code project underway, to which I'm your liaison, and we had a little meeting to coordinate these policies against that project because that can actually write the zoning code to say that there must be a certain number of electrical outlets in new bike rooms and that sort of thing. So thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Andre, and then Teresa.
I fully support this. I would encourage you as part of your outreach to actually go to East Portland versus being in Northwest. I mean, I think that's a great place to hub, but East Portland's where the minorities and the low income are predominantly located. And outreach is great, but actually having a location and some opportunities there. Also, I would encourage you to increase how you, or really start looking at existing dwellings, multifamily dwellings, and how you, not only for cars, but bikes, get charging stations, because I think that's their challenge. 80% of the low-income minorities are in those buildings, and you're gonna have to figure out, either work with developers or the current owners about how to get a charging station for them. And I think the electric utility suggestion and coordination is a good idea.
That's great. We are focusing our outreach and education on East Portland. We're hoping to get hubs out there. We're hoping to have more ability to put charging infrastructure in the right-of-way in the outer areas of Portland, just because there's less demand on the right-of-way out there and it gives access. Yeah, so I think we're
One more
on board.
thing. How will you measure success?
Good question. We haven't, I'm sure we'll be doing a progress report in 2020 to see kind of how we're doing on each one of these actions, but we haven't really discussed a formal way of doing that. So that's a good.
We are, along with these actions, we're proposing about 7 2020 goals, and we're trying to make those goals fairly measurable. And so I think probably one of the ways we'll measure success is against those goal statements that precede these actions.
I would just encourage you to, before 2020, measure success and see how you're doing along the way before you get there.
So I have
Perhaps
a
one of the,
quest-
oh, sorry.
I have a question about people with disabilities. And so those little scooter things and golf carts, are those considered e-vehicles in this?
I have not thought about that.
We've called out e-scooters, but I think we were thinking more like scooters versus more like mobility scooters that you might take into a building. Or that's a good question. I think we'll go back and look at that and sort of it seems that to the degree that those devices are used to move about the city, that yeah, it's probably an electric vehicle, and we should make sure that that's included. Yeah,
Right, they are classified as pedestrians in our code.
they are.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Susan, do you want to add something?
I was just going to say that I think doing an annual report on mode split generally, and then as part of that, talking about, how e-vehicles, how autonomous vehicles, we'll probably have a report on that by next year, because there will be some, and then talking about e-bikes and such, we can make that a part of that report and do that sort of on an annual basis.
Any other questions? Well, I applaud the work. Thank you very much, and definitely also support a monitoring program and report back. Look forward to seeing how it goes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had an electric scooter in Northwest Portland on 23rd. It was huge, and he was going about 15 miles an hour. It's going to be interesting to see as these things get bigger and they're considered pedestrians on the sidewalk, how we're going to deal with safety issues.
Certainly. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Inclusionary Housing Zoning Code Project. So I think we've got Tom, Joe, Tyler, and Matt coming up to join us.
Yeah.
This is really mostly for you, Teresa and Jeff. Michelle's on the phone right there.
Oh.
So as you, having been in her situation, as you rustle papers near that, she will not be able to hear us. She is on the phone right now, yeah. Thank you. You're welcome, Michelle. Are you able to hear us? Yeah, for the most part. Okay.
Okay. So we can get started. This is the work session for the inclusionary housing proposal. The goal is to have a recommendation to City Council today so that there will be a council work session on November 29th, and the first reading and public hearing is scheduled for December 8th. I think where we left it at the PSC officers briefing was we were going to take a little time up front here for just giving all commissioners 2 minutes to say where they're at and what they're thinking. And then from there, we can either go into some of the development feasibility analysis that we have in our staff memo that we handed out on Friday, or we can talk about what has been commonly referred to as a policy framework or direction or questions to city council that they should consider in making their decisions.
So Tom, can I already throw a jiggle into your agenda?
You bet.
And tell me if this will work for you. And I guess my thinking here is was hoping to do the 2 minutes after we kind of have some Q&A back, or report back from you, because I think what we hear from you may very well affect kind of the position on where we're at and how we're feeling about things. And for everybody on the commission side, I guess my goal here on that 2 minutes is to get a feel for your support for the concept of inclusionary, and then of course your support for the proposal on the table, and we'll use that as a way to start building consensus towards a recommendation. Does that work for you?
Yep.
Okay.
Where would you like to begin?
So I guess we had started with, last time at the hearing, leaving you with a fair amount of questions. Do you have anything prepared to report back on some of those questions we laid out for you?
Well, what we put, the questions that we could answer, we put into the staff report.
Okay.
And especially around development feasibility and what the gap might be for different inclusion rates and how to do that. There is not much more additional information on what the incentive package might look like. There is Tyler has a little bit of information on sort of the size of the pipeline and how many projects are already in there as best we could in working with BDS. So maybe, Tyler, do you have a few comments on what you found?
Yeah, they're at the end there. So one thing I want to sort of caveat this before we get into there. This is building permits, does not reflect land use review applications. We're working with Rebecca Esau at BDS. She's pulling, what's that? Oh yeah, she's pulling some of the information on the land use review permits. But there is a significant chunk of permits that are in the pipeline right now. We were pulling data from 2015 and 2016, and depending on where they are in the permitting process, it looks like there's between single family and multifamily, it looks like there's about 9,800 total residential units in the pipeline right now. I dug a little bit deeper into the commercial permits for the multifamily, and that's apartments 3 and above, apartments, condos with 3 or more units. And of those, about 83% are in the mixed-use zones. Again, I think that reflects the land use review process in the central city a little bit. With about 40% of those total that are in the pipeline right now in the under inspection category. So those are ones that are currently under inspection for finalizing permits, with about 4,500 or so that are under review. And then those other categories approved to issue and issued there as well. So there's a significant chunk of permits that are in the pipeline of units. One of the interesting things is that we're starting to see more permits with units or buildings with less units in them than we've seen in the last few years, but only marginally. So I think things are pretty much on track with the 3,000 to 5,000 units or so that we've seen annually over the last 3 years is what the permit data looks like. And we just pulled this yesterday. They're distributed evenly throughout the city. The areas that are seeing the most permits are those that we've seen, I don't have a map there, with significant new construction over the last few years, but inner southeast, a significant amount in Selwood, St. John's, a few popping up on Killingsworth, a lot on interstate. So generally the mixed use zones where we've seen construction happening over the last few years.
Susan?
So, I just want to have you reiterate one point and make sure that everybody's got it and make sure that I have it clear too, which was 17% is in the central city and 83% of these 9,000-ish units that are coming in are not in the central city. And since we've established the inclusionary housing policy that we've been looking at anyways as 2 different things, one for the central city and one for the mixed use zones, that we've seen much of this development, over 3/4 be in the mixed use zone. So that's important as we look for 2 things. One, if we're going to do this in stages, as some people have talked about, going for central city first because that's penciling out better potentially than mixed use. You're not going to get all of it, and you're definitely going to only get a small portion of what's going on out there. And the rest being just that as we look at mixed use, how much might be left on the table if we don't come up with a resolution for that.
And I also wanted to add clarity. I think I heard you say we typically see 3,000 to 5,000 units a year.
That's where we've been for this development cycle, or in the high build years of this development cycle.
And then this does not include any of the land use applications that may be going in and investing prior.
That's correct.
Okay.
So there's a number of projects that are going through the land use review process, and we're working on getting that information.
It's about 2 years of product in the pipeline for permits. And a fair amount more, we suspect, that will come in for vesting if it hasn't yet. Okay. Any other questions on that? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Is there any other, in general, questions for staff that people want clarity on? Andre, go ahead.
So this is permits of buildings, not units, housing units.
These are housing units, that's in the numbers up here. So I do have it broken down by buildings as well, so there's, but what you see right here is number of units by each of
Oh,
these as well.
so these are actually housing units?
Right.
Okay.
9,800 units in all, residential units in all permit types, specifically about 8,400 in apartments or condos with 3 or more units. And again, the caveat with the land use review piece.
Go ahead, Maggie, and then Katie.
So the 16,000 number we heard previously in the pipeline, did that also factor, is it because it factors in commercial permits as well? What was that? We've been throwing that around for quite some time.
I think,
We
I'm
haven't.
not sure.
Kurt?
I think it's somebody
We've
who's
heard it as a
testified,
regional number.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think depending on when you're looking at it too, so, you know, if you're looking at permits as of 6 months ago, there were a lot that were in the pipeline that have been delivered over the last few months or so. And this is the permit process. These are ongoing things. It's not like there's just a stagnant number. There's permits coming in, there's permits getting issued, there's permits getting finalized. So depending on when you look, those numbers can change, for sure.
Okay,
Just
Katie?
a point of clarification, Commissioner Talmadge. I don't think we'll really know until Rebecca Esso is complete with the BDS data sweep. Apparently, it's a manual process. It's not automated.
Katie?
Is it okay to ask about other things?
Sure.
Okay.
please.
And this just kind of gets to the rub of what I'm worried about. It seemed like we had a plan that was, you know, the 2080 plan. And then we had that meeting, and there was a lot of testimony against rolling out inclusionary zoning in the way that it was presented to us. And now we have a new plan that is more conservative. And I'm just wondering, I'm trying to get at the heart of what exactly happened, whether it was just that the testimony was the testimony. Did you guys agree with the testimony? Were the former plan, was endorsed by you, and now we've come out with a different plan. So what was the change? What was the most important piece of data that caused that shift? Does that make sense?
A little bit. I
Yeah.
think the proposed draft was based on Commissioner Saltzman's proposal. And so in that sense, we as BPS deferred to the commissioner on that as the first step in the process. And so that's what was in the proposed draft, the 2080-1060.
Absolutely, yes.
Through this hearing process and all of the analysis, both done by the Housing Bureau's consultant and as well as testimony and the work that Tyler's done in looking at all of that information. And it was clear, sort of from our standpoint, that there were concerns about the development feasibility and some of the financial feasibility analysis, even in the results prepared by the Housing Bureau's consultant and reviewed by the panel of experts that the Housing Bureau put together. So based on all of that, in this memo, we looked at that data and said, and what we tried to make clear in here is that there are two things that are linked together, the inclusion rate and the incentive package. And as proposed, 2080 with the incentive package leaves a pretty significant development feasibility gap that we're concerned, BPS staff is concerned about in terms of meeting other goals around capturing our share of regional development, having transit-oriented development in our centers and corridors, and reducing our carbon footprint, and even producing housing as part of the affordable housing equation. And so in this memo is an option for you to consider as a way. One of the ways is there going to be an incentive package that doesn't put a detrimental cost burden on private developers such that development rates slow down? Or, so one thing that can be done is to bolster the incentive package to close that development feasibility gap. The other is to bring down the inclusion rates. Our analysis here is, given the incentive package on the table today and the uncertainty around raising the property tax exemption cap with the county agreement, these inclusion rates, we think, are more supportable in terms of narrowing that feasibility gap in a way that wouldn't harm or have a detrimental impact on the overall development rates.
So you weren't supporting the 2080 before, you were just considering it? Is that what's, because to me, that's what it looked like. It looked like the 2080, you know, I'll just use that as a shorthand for the prior plan. And so what you're saying is that Commissioner Saltzman had asked you to check this out? Is that
No, it's Commissioner Saltzman's proposal. That he proposed the inclusion rates and the incentive packages. And so we started with that proposal.
Okay.
I guess out of deference to him and the lead that he's taken on this project.
So your analysis is supporting these this less intense entry into, I mean, that's really what I'm asking is it's your analysis too that is supporting this change, not just the analysis from the building community.
Yes, I think we concur with many of the, not exactly lining up with some of that detailed analysis, but I think we share the same concerns that led us to say that an absent more action, a more robust incentive package, lower inclusion rates should be considered, and these are the ranges that we should be looking at.
Okay.
So could I add, Commissioner Larcel? With respect to Commissioner Saltzman and the Housing Bureau, we're still of the belief that the original 20 at 80 and 10 at 60 is supportable. It is important to note that Title 33 is where the inclusion rate occurs, and Title 30, the housing statute, is where the actual offsets occur. And the offsets are really a pricing matter for the City Council and by extension, the Board of County Commissioners to decide how much money they want to put on the table. But it's been a good public hearing process to lay bare these issues. We do think that some of the testimony was probably motivated by folks that are operating at the peak of the market, and frankly, some of our assumptions on cost of land, for example, are less than what people are quoting. We just, for example, have an option to purchase a site in the South Waterfront from Zidell Properties, and it's significantly lower per square foot, $310 a square foot, than what people are quoting in some of their testimony. So, you know, people have their own motivations. I realize that a lot of folks are looking at this for the first time. They're not affordable housing developers. They are oftentimes new to housing, or they are mixed-use, market-rate housing developers, and they've never really served the affordable market. So some of them are having to get their head around the offsets and the way in which they will work together. But I think the City Council is going to look at the offsets in due time, and frankly, we feel that the current proposed rate of inclusion is justifiable, with recognition that the offsets have to be significant to make sure that the current pipeline continues, recognizing that we have a bit of a surge and that we may even have a 3-year supply coming out of this, this construct.
Okay.
I just have one quick question, then Maggie, go ahead. What was the funding gap that you modeled when you made recommendations on the lower inclusion rate? What percentage or basis?
I think what we looked at is, and what shows up in the charts is the incentive package, and what we said is inside the central city, especially for the 10 at 60 program, which has the full tax abatement, that is good to go and ready to go, and actually represents an incentive for developers to go for that deeper affordability. When we looked at outside the central city in our mixed-use corridors, it depends on which measure you use, but what we were seeing is, and these are the charts on page 6 of the memo, is that depending on which mixed-use zone you're looking at, somewhere in the range of an 8 to 10% inclusion rate at 60 is, especially for CM2, closer to 8% is where it gets you more to that break-even point. We did not calculate an actual gap of that, and because we just looked at 5% at 60 and 10% at 60. So we were interpolating in between there to get close to that break-even point at 8% in the CM2 zone.
Thanks,
which
Tom.
is most of our mixed-use areas.
Yeah. Maggie?
So 2 questions. So when you say break even, then you are looking towards a 1-to-1 offset.
Again, we did not, at 8% at 60, we did not calculate what that would actually be for different developments, Sarah. We just looked at the 10 at 60% program as proposed, having up to a 25% gap, and thinking that that was too big, and that would be a drag on development activity in our mixed-use zones.
And then the second question, kind of following up on what Kurt said, is throughout the expert panel, throughout the time, we kept hearing, and even directly from developers, that they're overbidding for land, that they know it, that it won't hold, that the prices for land are all over the place, and that we can easily pick numbers, cherry pick numbers for what works in a pro forma and what doesn't. So I guess I'm a little, I'm wary to take a number without any questions when there's such great variation, and frankly, for-profit development, their main goal is profit. So I'm hesitant to even consider a lot of what we've heard from the development community about how it's going to halt development altogether. And in a number of years, we probably won't see the same rate of development, I assume, as the market changes, as the market falls. We're going to see fluctuation. So I guess my question is to the numbers, like why, how are we selecting, and why are we selecting and giving so much weight to the numbers that developers are handing us when we know they're all over the place?
So I don't think we actually use the developer's numbers. We use the trends and the issues and concerns and undefined gap and their concerns about that. We actually, these tables are based on the Housing Bureau's DRA consultant numbers, and the CM2 uses a sort of break-even residual property value of $69 a square foot, which I think most people would agree is probably on the low end of the market right now, and is certainly where the market was a couple of years ago in terms of what mixed-use development projects were acquiring land for as a way. So in that sense, I think this analysis is on the lower end or more conservative end of that spectrum. And so we did not pick very hard at the developers' numbers. We heard sort of what's their trend, what is their concern, and went back to the DRA analysis and worked through using those numbers because that was the more robust model that we had access to.
And I kind of want to add too that we were responding specifically in these charts to the questions that we heard from PSC after the last hearing, and then going into today's work session with the best information that we have available, which is the economic analysis that DRA has conducted for the program development process to date. Out of line of the entire process so far.
And I will say that the questions that and concerns that you are raising are exactly why we all have said as part of this whole program, we need to recalibrate every couple of years, and whether that's rebalancing the incentive package or revisiting the inclusion rates based on what incentives are available. I mean, because the market goes through cycles and we have to look at what's going on and what the market's doing, that's the importance of that recalibration.
Eli?
It's a complicated stuff. I've been thinking about it a lot and doing my best to wrap my mind around it. And maybe this is a combination of perspective and questions, I think. If that's that the way I'm seeing it is that our goal is to support residential development production goals and distribution patterns as the 2035 comp plan proposed. And then we can either work within available funding constraints or we can hit 80-20. And I don't think we can do both according to your modeling or Locus's modeling. So it could go either way. In my mind, we could either do what the staff proposals angling toward based on the most recent memo you sent, which says we're going to scale back the percentage goals to be in line with available resources, or we can say we're going 80-20, hell or high water, even if that means sucking resources in from other areas that we don't know are there. So that's the way I'm thinking about it in my head as a choice. And there's a separate discussion which we could toss up as how much subsidy we need per unit. And I would push back a little bit on, or at least maybe it's a question, on I've heard a couple times downtown's all set. I mean, as far as I can hear, downtown's all set because the first draft of this gave them all the public subsidy, and there's not enough left, is why they're all set. So that was an earlier draft. I mean, and it would say that it's consistent with both evaluations by Locus and by the city that they probably need the full tax abatement over all the units. It could have been done the other way around too. I mean, it could have made the mixed use zones all set at the beginning, and then downtown will be crying right now. When I asked this morning, so both Locus and city staff, and maybe I don't know if you can toss this up there, how many years of affordability, how many years of property tax abatement on the full property would be needed to make projects whole in these different zones? And I got more of a range than I expected, really. I mean, I heard that from the city's analysis, the mixed-use zones would need 3 to 6 years of full property tax abatement to make them whole. Locus said it was more like 10, so that's a pretty big difference there. Downtown, they're much closer, 10 or 12, to saying that they need that many years. And I guess one outcome I hope is that if we're going to go for something which, if we're going to try for 20 and 80, then we're running out of tools we can use to calibrate. And one of them is numbers of years of property tax abatement. I know the city's kind of resisted this, but it feels like in my mind, the city's being asked to go shopping in a candy store and all they have are ones and tens. That's the only denomination. And by the way, they don't give change. It's a real recipe for overspending. And so I've got a concern that if we don't have more denominations available, then the city will spend more than we need to for the subsidy. And we need the calibration factor. So I'm not sure how it's achieved, but we're running out of choices for that. The other concern I have is if we go to a proposal which gives us the full 80-20, which I think I would love to support, I feel like, I know it's not our purview where the money comes from, but those resources are coming from other places, whether it's SDCs that other bureaus are not getting, or even within the affordable housing community, has an assessment been made that the CET funds or other flexible funds that can be used for people at 30% of median, should those be going to 16, 80% units, or county money that could be used to, I'm not sure where the county money would go otherwise, but those are discussions that, I mean, maybe we just do a moonshot and say we're going for the full thing, but as a public policy perspective, it kind of kicks the can down the road to a political struggle that we have no seat at the table for that. So I'll just ask, I guess, whether you're okay doing a more calibrated subsidy method, so it's not just 1 or 10, so downtown wins, mixed use zones lose. I'll just leave it. So that's the question. Are you game to try that out as part of your package?
One thing that might be helpful, when the housing element for the comprehensive plan was before City Council, the Housing Bureau actually did a fiscal note on the cost of delivering the 10,000 affordable housing units that are embedded in your 2035 vision. And we've updated that to represent the current available tools. So I'm going to distribute a table which does that. This would be something that council will see anyway. And it sort of shows you every utensil that's on the table, the entirety of tax increment financing, which over the 2035 horizon is $262 million. The short-term rental revenue, which we impute to be $24 million under the current rate of collection. It obviously could be higher if the revenue department was able to collect more. The Housing Investment Fund, $8 million. A trended flat line of community development block grant funds, which is federal resources, about $31 million. The home program, which again is trended fiscal assumptions around federal available funds for the home program, $35 million. The ballot measure, which is up for consideration today, which is $258.4 million. We've rounded it down to $250 because there's admin costs in that number. And the construction excise tax between $76 and $96 million, depending on trends. So that nets you a total available revenue, and what we show is that in the latter half of the page, new units that can be wrought from the construction excise tax, somewhere between 760 and 960 units. New units from the inclusionary housing program, ranging admittedly quite wide, from 2,000 to 13,500 units. We had to make some assumptions about who would pick what choice. So we're assuming that 25% of the projects would use 10% at 60 and 75% would use 20% at 80. That yields a number of units, which gets us close to our goal. And the goal, I want to reinforce, isn't just the 10,000 units in the plan, but we have current deficit, right? We have a current deficit of about 24,000 units. So we would get to between 20 and 32,000 units in that period of time with these resources. So, I mean, that gives me some comfort of knowing that we're within striking distance of meeting our goals, and that the 10,000 unit goal that you've embedded in the comp plan, along with an objective to create an inclusionary housing program, works in concert with these other tools.
I mean, like on the sources of funds, how about tax expenditures? I mean, property tax abatements, SAC waivers, those are.
Well, I think they're embedded in the inclusionary housing programs. In other words, the so-called multiple unit tax exemption program would not exist as a freestanding program post-implementation of an inclusionary housing policy. It would only be used as an offset. We're getting those units today, but we don't expect to offer that same package as an option in the future. So we're aligning our resources to basically utilize the land use incentives to the greatest extent possible.
So before we continue questions, just to my fellow commissioners, if we could try to keep it for the moment now to questions, you'll have your 2 minutes to expound on what your thinking is coming up, but I'd like to kind of keep this going. And Eli, you might have 2 minutes already gone by. Kidding. You will get another 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead. Mike.
No, I was going to make a comment.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. Any other questions? Go for it, Eli.
Okay. Landmarks Commission raised a concern about what if a project received a 3-to-1 incentive and it was unapprovable? They were looking for some brainstorming about alternate options. Was there any?
We have not come up with alternate options yet and envision both with the historic districts and some of the planned districts having another project we've always talked about with the mixed-use zone project next year, recalibrating the bonuses in each of the, outside the Central City and Gateway, each of those planned districts needs to be considered and because they all have different residential and affordable housing bonuses right now, so we need to recalibrate all of those. The same is true for historic districts. I think it's less of a concern outside the Central City where there's smaller bonuses available. And it's still an open question that we were looking for the Central City 2035 plan process to address and resolve as to how much bonus is available, what's the inclusionary housing obligation. You know, there was, I guess I've heard of a mix of testimony on how valuable the bonus is in terms of, especially in the Central City compared to the full property tax exemption, as to, in terms of covering the cost of complying with the inclusionary housing mandate. So there's a lot of pieces still there. I think as written today, the burden would still fall on landmarks to weigh housing versus historic compatibility, and that tough call would still sit with them and ultimately, I guess, with the City Council.
Other questions? Gary?
In reading through the November 4th memo, there was mention of starting with a very modest in lieu of fee, and it struck me that as you back the in lieu of fee down, you really create a disincentive to engaging in production of affordable units. So can you talk a little bit more about what the thinking was, and at what point does making the fee more modest, at what point does that become a disincentive for development?
Well, I'll start. Matthew may have something to add as well. He's been off for several days with a horrendous cold, and he hasn't got his voice entirely back. But we were actually pleasantly surprised that the Locust proposal, which I recall was somewhere between $17 and $23 per gross square foot for a fee in lieu, was within the realm of reasonableness. Some of our Portland developers are also developing in Seattle. I think it's worth mentioning that Seattle's $8 to $17 a fee was a political compromise. There was never any basis in fact in that number. And they're currently revisiting it under the Mayor's Office of Housing and Mayor Murray's wishes to make it more reasonable. So what would we do with the fee? Well, we would essentially accumulate the fee and procure new development basically to satisfy the unit count that I've shown you. And in so doing, we have to fund affordable housing developers to acquire land or acquire land ourselves in competition with the private sector, and also then do design, bid, build projects, also competing in the same labor and materials market. So if the fee is significantly less than what we've proffered, which was $23 to $28 a square foot, it creates a gap, and that gap has to be filled with another resource elsewhere in our budget through commercial excise tax, through perhaps SDC waivers or some other offset. So the lower the fee, the wider the gap, and we've tried to be pretty transparent about that. The actual cost is closer to, I think, $40 to $58 a foot, but we've only isolated the amount of public funds necessary to make these projects work, recognizing that many projects also use federal low-income housing tax credits, they use tax-exempt bonds, they use other resources over and above the resources that we would provide.
So I want to make sure I understood this. So the actual public cost to subsidize an affordable unit is, you say 48?
It depends on the zone, and I think there's a table which elucidates the fee per zone, but it's $23 to $28 a foot.
So there's, when doing inclusionary housing studies, there's something that can be known as a maximum justifiable fee schedule that's put in place, and it's essentially the difference between the market value of a building with 100% market rate units and a building that has 20% of the units at 80% of the area median income. So a building that includes the affordable units. And so the calculation of what's justifiable is the difference in that capital value divided by the total gross square feet in the building. And we pulled that fee schedule together, and that fee schedule ranged from about $23, $24 a gross square foot all the way up to about $60 a gross square foot. But when we structured the actual recommendation, so the fee per gross square foot to opt out of inclusionary housing, we set the fee level at a rate in which we could recoup the cost to produce the same number of affordable units ourselves. And so that's that $23 to $30 per gross square foot. And that would net enough revenue, excuse me, that would net enough revenue for the city to build the number of affordable units that would have otherwise been provided on site in an inclusionary, in a building that puts units in the structure.
So that fee is adequate and does not produce a gap in the city developing
Under
affordable units?
Commissioner Saltzman's recommendation, yes, it does not produce a gap based on our current subsidy level needed for our traditional rental development program.
Thank you.
Could you share us in the documents where that, I can't remember reading those things myself, the cost per square foot?
So
have we seen it?
In the recommendation that, in the PowerPoint that we provided at the hearing, or the briefing, it was on, I believe slide 13. And that had a schedule of fees. It's on just a green table. And that has the full fee schedule in it. And so it's in the presentation from the briefing that had the full program recommendation from the commissioner.
I'll just add on that note, we didn't, in our memo, we did not, as staff, talk about or make a recommendation about where the fee should be set. That was a question that had come from you all from the post-hearing, and it is a way to, it is a policy choice as to where to set the fee as to, and I think we've been consistent that we want the fee to be higher than the cost of compliance by providing units in the site, on site. But I think it was suggested that you could initially set a lower fee so that more developers would pay the fee and have that fee ramp up over time as a way for the market to adjust to providing units on site. And that if you adopted a fee schedule, or you recommended to council that they have a fee schedule that is going to increase 25% each year for the next 3 to 5 years, that's a market signal to developers that allows them to adjust their financial pro formas over the next 5 years to slowly ramp up and go from paying the fee to building the units.
So you're talking about the actual cost of producing alternate units as the floor for that fee then, not necessarily and then it's allowed to float upward from there?
Well, or even being less than what it costs to produce the units in the building, as a way of, I think one of the things that we heard from the developers are, and has been mentioned here, is they're out buying land or have stopped buying land, as the case may be, that is the starting point for their development projects and figuring out what they can develop. So there's a certain, not only are there projects in the permit pipeline or in the planning stages, they're in the acquisition conceptual stage. And so this is a way for those developers that have just bought land and now are getting hit with this requirement as a way for them to ramp up because they've paid $100 a square foot instead of $70 a square foot or whatever. Because over time, the cost of complying with this program will either come out of, if there is a gap in the development feasibility and a cost to development to comply with the program, it will either come out of developers' profits or out of what they pay for the land. And having that fee ramp up and shift from fee to on-site units is a way of allowing the market to adjust, phase in that requirement.
Maggie?
So,
Microphone. Thanks.
so in terms of the developer, like the cost to developers, like the opportunity cost of developers building on-site, i.e. more units quicker, or they simply just don't have to wait for the city to catch up with subsidies for those off-site units. Did you compare the fee in lieu? Did you set higher, lower than, say, that opportunity cost? Did you factor that in?
So I think, Commissioner, your point is that we would essentially be paid the fee in lieu at permit issuance. And at that point, the market rate building would be well underway, and we would still have a period of time, probably a year, 2 years, potentially 3 years before we'd be able to get the money out the door into a building that has either 100% or affordable units or is a mixed income building. We did not add that premium into the pricing structure and the recommended fee in lieu.
Okay, so it's still, it still comes at a cost to the city if you do it that way, and that may be on top of that the fee in lieu actually doesn't incentivize on-site development.
Well, I think I would half agree with you. I mean, yes, there's definitely a time value cost to the city in that the units won't be coming online at the same period of time, and there's whatever discount rate you want to apply to a few years of spending the money on development. As far as whether or not it disincentivizes or whether or not it's economically more costly to pay the fee in lieu, that is at a point in time for the developer at permit issuance. So I think that we've calibrated that correctly, that the fee in lieu is economically less attractive than units on site.
Actually, okay, Katie and then Jeff.
So I wanted to talk about, on page 9, you were kind of going through some of the things that you might do in the future. And I think this is predicated on the idea that, that one of the possible things that we could be recommending is that that this program be phased in, maybe not even go to all the different parts of the city, but only be implemented in certain places. So, so number 4 is about, you know, kind of doing more work around different parts of the city. And I wanted to ask about East Portland, how this IH policy would look there. Do you have fears about it working? And I mean, it wouldn't be based, I don't think, on analysis that you've done, but what kinds of things are you worried about in terms of other parts of the city?
Matthew and I have discussed this quite a lot as it relates to calibrating the incentives. Because under the 20 at 80 inclusion rate, I think one fear that I have is that we could actually end up subsidizing market rate housing in neighborhoods like Cully, whereby those units are above the current market, which I think would have an unintended consequence of fueling gentrification in some of those fringe neighborhoods. So we've talked about how we would prefer to calibrate the incentive to apply to transit station areas for the planned bus rapid transit line on Division, within a half mile of the proposed station areas. Should the Southwest Corridor go forward similarly, there would be a calibration to recognize that the entire corridor isn't created equal, but there are foci within the corridor where you want to actually create density and you want to ensure that there's a mix of affordable units at those town centers. And you have a land use designation for those centers. So we'd like to reaffirm those designations through the calibration. We don't think the entire corridor ought to be created equal or treated equally with respect to the offsets.
Oh, that's very interesting. And I really perked up when you said that it could cause displacement.
It could cause economic displacement by virtue of incentivizing market rate developers to provide housing slightly ahead of the market in some of the fringe corridors like Killingsworth.
Okay, so what you mean is that they would build something that might not quite pencil out, except that they know that they'll be getting incentives.
Correct.
To put in, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Which
Thank
I
you.
think that would be an unintended consequence by anybody's account.
So how would that work? I mean, being able to fine tune it that well?
Well, we've talked about tying it to this specific land use construct around your, I think, I'm not sure that the centers,
Mixed use zone.
The mix-
Designations.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you'd pick centers and then the incentives would be set?
Centers and neighborhoods. And
Right, but the overall, whatever, but the overall 80-20 or 80-15 would be set at a higher level. So you'd be
Right.
working underneath that.
Correct.
Okay. So I know that East Portland, many activists there worked really hard to make sure that this program would be, would come before us and become a part of the city's arsenal against displacement. That's really what they're thinking. They want this program to combat displacement in East Portland.
I would just make one note, Commissioner Saltzman and the Housing Bureau's proposal to implement a citywide program all at once, that we still think that that's the right approach, a citywide program all at once.
So you think that's the right approach, citywide program all at once? So are you two disagreeing?
No, I think we don't want to relitigate the policy with every new council. I think we know that real estate markets are cyclical. We happen to be at the top of that cycle right now, which is good. I'd rather be at the top of that cycle than at the bottom of the cycle arguing for this policy, frankly. But we know that in 3 or 4 months, interest rates will be higher. As the market cools, labor rates and material prices will decline, which will also cause land values to diminish. Just the appraisals that we're getting on property show they postulate a vacancy rate of about 6.8% in 2018. I think BDS's own revenue model anticipates a slowdown in 2018. So what we don't want to do is kind of like planting a pot and then a plant in a pot and then digging it up every 6 months to see how it's doing. It won't be doing very well by the time you disturb it, and politically it creates a lot of uncertainty for developers. So it needs to be a little bit more consistent and predictable than that.
Yeah.
And Commissioner, maybe this will help clarify as well. I think Commissioner Saltzman and the Housing Bureau's proposal has not changed. I think what you're reading in the memo is from Bureau of Planning and Sustainability staff on options or considerations based on your discussion at the hearing and the testimony at the hearing. I don't know if that clarifies.
Yeah, well, I knew that there was a little line in between you guys, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. One question. At the briefing we had in October, I think it was October 11th, and I also heard this at one of the expert task force meetings I went to, there was an acknowledgement that the city's own financial consultant felt there was a pretty significant feasibility gap in the mixed-use zones and in the lower density zones, that the incentive package was simply not enough, and that there was an acknowledgement of a gap. And at our briefing in October, you said you'd be coming back before our hearing on October 25th with some, I guess, some changes to the program to try to address that gap. At the October 25th hearing, we didn't see any changes, but you said they were going to inject the direct cash subsidy as a way to close that large gap in the mixed-use zones and in the lower density zones. Based on everything I've got, I'm assuming we know what, that's off the table now also. So my question is, one, is a direct cash subsidy off the table in the mixed-use zones and the lower density zones? And is there any proposal on the table other than, well, I think this the November 4th memo from the planning staff addresses this, but I'm making the assumption that there's nothing from the Housing Bureau that's changed your proposal to address your own experts' acknowledged gap in the lower density and in the mixed-use zones.
So I think you did hear from Echo Northwest. DRA Associates was our primary consultant on that, and they'll be here in Portland working with the City Council as the City Council goes into work session. And so I'll let them comment on their perspective on the analysis and the feasibility gap. With respect to the incentive packages, I wouldn't say anything's off the table at this point, but that given that the incentives include property tax exemptions, SDC waivers, other fee waivers, direct subsidy, that the calibration and the close examination of the the incentive packages will be taking place at City Council. City Council wants to reserve that right.
So the Housing Bureau IZ program, or IH program, that was introduced in early October has not changed. Nothing's been added to it to address this one particular issue, or any issue. It's the same program.
Well, we've discussed it at some length, and it's important for you to know that when the legislature was crafting Senate Bill 1533, the industry, the development industry, wanted a dollar-for-dollar offset. And once they realized what that would involve, which would essentially be underwriting each deal, because every developer's overhead and profit is different from every other developer's overhead and profit, and that we would essentially have to basically set standards for overhead and profit, not just enrich everyone to the extent that they wanted to be enriched. To Maggie's point, they have a motivation which isn't necessarily to produce affordable housing. So the legislature took off the table any sort of reference to a complete and full offset of costs. We are expected to do our best available effort, and I think Commissioner Salzman has approached it in that manner, and to make sure that we have available tools to show that we are attempting to offset their costs to the greatest extent possible, but it's not a blank check for every developer that wants us to fill a gap that they may have created through their own lack of spending control.
I certainly didn't mean to infer that by my question. My question was a yes or no. You answered it. I was not making any additional point about the gap.
Susan, you wanted to add
Just
something?
more a point of clarification, I think, for what Jeff might have been asking, which is in terms of the financial incentives, looking at property tax exemptions versus basically cash, from the general fund. So you all have had enough experience working with the city to know that it is politically easier, generally, to look at revenue that hasn't come in the door yet, so that would be property tax exemptions, versus trying to take money out of the general fund, which directly competes with, cops and parks and kids and housing and transportation and everything else that goes into the general fund. So I think that may be a little bit of what you were getting at.
Just to be clear, I just asked a question. Was it really yes or no? It was at our hearing on October 25th that we were told by the Housing Bureau, we are going to propose a direct cash subsidy to help close the gap in the mixed use and lower density zones And I simply asked, is that now off the table, yes or no? I appreciate everyone's extrapolating to a larger editorial point. I just wanted that clarification that we no longer have direct cash subsidy on the table. I can imagine why we don't, but it wasn't this commission that suggested it. So I think it's been asked and answered. Thank you.
And just one additional comment. It's not, your question, is it off the table? No, it's not off the table. So the answer is no, it's not off the table, but it will be a decision that City Council will make during their deliberation.
Okay. Any other questions from anybody else? Yes, Chris.
Let me ask about the in lieu fee. So I believe that's required by the legislation, right? We have to have an in lieu fee. So the policy choice of where to set that, I've heard the accusation that it's been set high enough to basically force people to produce units. So I guess that's one policy motivation is encourage the production of units. Another possible policy perspective would be to provide a relief valve so that if the economics of producing units are going to stop the production of housing, that the in lieu fee is a way to make sure there's an escape path and that doesn't happen. How would you characterize your policy perspective in setting the in lieu fee where you have?
So I think I would just agree with all three, or maybe the 2 points that you brought up and the point that I brought up. I don't think there hasn't been any secret. We put out a policy framework in April at the first panel of experts, the first or second panel of experts meeting, that said the city's goal was to prioritize a voluntary, deeper affordability option at 60%, and it was to prioritize units on site. And so we've economically calibrated the program to do so, because that was the policy goal. It certainly is set at a level, and we're happy to share the numbers, and we have shared the numbers publicly, at a level to which we think there's a good policy nexus, and that we recoup the revenue to build the units that would have otherwise been built on site. But it does also serve as a relief valve. If the market changes substantially in a few years before we can dig into the incentives or the inclusion rate, we could drop the fee in lieu. And I think you've seen some jurisdictions do that, both with a fee in lieu for an inclusionary program, as well as a linkage fee, which is another revenue-raising measure for affordable housing around the recession. You saw a number of jurisdictions that just dropped their linkage fee or dropped their fee in lieu, understanding that there was a drastic shock to the market.
Any other questions? I have one or two. I think you just hit it one, Matthew. I think there was a comment during our hearing made by you, Matthew, about should the tax abatement cap be met or exceeded, that you would suspend the program. And I'm struggling to understand how that happens, let's say, mid-year. So let's just say randomly you hit your cap in June, and all of a sudden the program's suspended. I'm trying to wrap my head around how that works without providing shocks to the development community.
Well, I don't know it would provide shocks to the development community, but it would operate very similarly to our current voluntary program. And it's not just the tax exemption. If whatever incentive package that's put into city code, should the city not have the incentives that are in city code in exchange for the units, a developer would not have to put the units on site, nor would they have to pay the fee in lieu, because we're not meeting our legal obligation to provide the offset package that's in code. But essentially, we track as permits come through the process. We would be as permits come through the process. We currently just track voluntary applications, and once we've reached our cap for the calendar year, the tax exemption happens to be on a calendar year, we simply notify the public that that's no longer available, and that permits that move through the process between then and January 1 would not be subject to the inclusionary requirement.
And I completely understand how that works in a voluntary program, but in a mandatory program, I would venture to tell you what's going to happen is there's going to be a number of development permits that wait till the very last minute to move forward, hoping you're going to run out of money.
Probably, yes.
And that's what I mean by a shock to the development company. It creates a very odd, not natural cycle, potentially.
I don't know if it's any more not natural than folks trying to get in before SDC increases each July 1. I think there are natural things in the development cycle that have people moving through the permitting process for whatever reason that makes sense to their particular business model.
Fair enough. Eli?
On that line, would a developer still get the 3-to-1 FAR bonus if the funds are out? Because you'd have to design the building at some point to use that or not.
I think, yeah, I think we need to explore how that relationship between Title 30 and Title 33 works, because the access to the bonus is in compliance with the inclusionary housing program, so it would have to be certified by PHB that you're complying with the program that has been suspended in that situation, or not suspended, but not required. So I think there's a way to do it in the code.
Or it may be like what would be a purely commercial office project. You would have to buy that additional square feet that's available now. So there would still be a cost involved. If you wanted to access the bonus, there would be a fee to, just as if you were an office project trying to buy the bonus.
I know I don't want to put you on the spot to make up a program on the fly here, but it seems like a challenge to have to, design your building to meet the whole package here, and then, the program disappeared, but you've designed it for extra 3 FAR. So either you're having to shop for FAR suddenly to buy it last minute because the city ran out of funds. Seems like a difficult dynamic for the development process. So I just pose it as a question to figure out.
Well, and just not to add complexity, hopefully to add illumination, is that there's a point prior to the application where a developer is going to want a no-go decision on the availability of the offset, right? Because you don't want to wait until you've priced your project, you've bid your project, you've got your permanent lender online, you've got your construction lender online, and then you ask the city for something that they may or may not have, to your point. So what we're going to be asking, and what Commissioner Salzman is working with Chair Kafoury on, is kind of a rolling fund that will allow some carryover from one year to the next, because we'll have to make an underwriting decision several months prior to the actual vesting of a permit for application, because people need to assemble their capital stack, and it needs to either include or exclude these incentives. So that means that we're going to be planning sort of upstream about 3 or 4 months, I think, and making sort of tentative commitments for projects. Should they go forward, we have to have the money available for them. If they don't go forward, and we all know projects with all good intentions don't always go forward, then there has to be some sort of recapture and recycle. That's why this flexible fund management approach is going to be necessary. But we recognize that we need to be adapting to a pipeline, not making the pipeline adapt to our system.
I mean, my last thought on this particular topic is that this acrobatics you just described is an artifact of proposing a program that's not funded. Because if the funding were in place, this would never come up, right? So, I mean, if we're going to adopt an inclusion rate which requires a level of public funds that may or may not be available, then that creates the opportunity for what Kat just described, is that you run out. And maybe that's the way we're going to go with this thing, but I'd be much more comfortable if we actually, had some program that lives within our budget, and maybe it happens through some wrangling at City Hall in a month to actually get them to commit the funds. But it's going to get complicated for either someone trying to dodge the requirement by waiting a little longer, or someone trying to figure out what they're designed to build. If you have this program on the ground that says thou shalt create this inclusionary zoning, unless we don't have enough money to make it work.
So, and I just want to clarify that, based on our analysis of the current level of tax exemption per either building or market rate unit or affordable unit, however you want to break it down, that we've seen through the multi-program and the modeling that we've done based on the 2035 estimates for multifamily development in the central city and the mixed-use zones, we don't anticipate the cap being a significant issue as it currently stands, and that we're looking to increase the cap as a safety measure for high development cycles. And it's substantially because in a lot of the areas in the central city and in Lentz and interstate outside the central city and urban renewal areas, tax exemptions don't apply to the cap. And so I don't think that's a particular concern right now. I think it's probably a concern in about 10 years when the urban renewal districts go away.
Any other questions? I had one and I lost it as you were talking, Matthew, so that's why I'm pausing, seeing if it comes back to me. Should have written it down, but I didn't. Doesn't look like anybody else does. So I think with that, does anybody need a little 5-minute break at all? Yes, I'm seeing some head nods. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, come back, and then we'll do our 2 minutes.
But is it at this point, the 3 million is not enough to cover for the full. I just want to make sure that, yeah, that it's needed to get, especially if we have somebody. Who knows?
Well, there's a lot of
Who knows if it's 5? Right. And that's
But
I just wanted to know what you were going to say.
What I would say
I wanted to know what you were going to say.
my answer.
Gerald, your brother? Gerald? He's not my brother, he's my cousin. He's just a cousin. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. He's in New York, yeah.
Yeah, he's quite a dynamic.
Yeah, he is. He's doing pretty good.
Okay, on the trial side?
Yeah. Well, we're not really sure.
Okay.
So we should,
He's
we
a
should
A
worry about.
to,
Should only try this year.
way back. And they kind of left flavor.
And you're saying
There's
if
some
we were to
laws
do
that
that,
came
we
out.
would go
Relatives came out.
some other number, if you were to.
At that time,
put it
there
in.
was.
Either way.
With 20 at 80 and 10 at 60.
Kind of in the same area.
Sure.
Moved to,
But you're, no, I'm just saying that you wouldn't get it. In other words, you're.
we know where our block is.
You would only get it.
Not as distinct.
I mean, right now,
And a lot
we're
of families at that time were married in.
I'm just saying as they go there.
Yeah, that's his church right here counting what they were.
Yeah. And a lot of people adopted, if they didn't have names, they adopted names.
But why are they doing it?
People they respected, yeah. But yeah, we just call ourselves cousins. My dad has. Yeah.
I guess the only other thing is there's no one.
Yeah. No, I get that, I get it. And you're saying the county won't. I don't think that's,
I mean, I think the difference I would emphasize is
So 10 and 60. I mean, I don't think, I'm not betting. Yes, I know.
None of this is based on.
Oh, you know. Yeah, right. Right, so the real.
I don't know if you remember, we met years ago when I was chair of the Housing Authority of Portland and you were running things. Oh, yeah. We have a regular get together later that week.
Okay, if we can get everybody to gather back, please. Tired. I think I gave you all fair warning of this coming. This has been a topic that's been hard for the commission. We feel we do not have the time that we'd like to do the thoughtful work that we would typically do. So in recognition of that, I wanted to make sure that everybody here had the opportunity to kind of share with the community where their thoughts are at. As a part of that, I'd like to use it as kind of an opportunity to try to build consensus. And therefore, what I think I laid out in the beginning is kind of to hear from you, each of you, first of all, whether you support the concept of inclusionary housing or zoning or not, and then follow that up with how you feel about Housing Bureau's proposal on the table. And then obviously, if you're in support, that makes your comments fairly easy. If you have concerns about them, lay out what your concerns are, and then perhaps your thoughts on where to go from here. So with that, I think I'm just going to start with the veteran, Mr. Mike Hauk. I did not.
With the aged one.
And then really, we're just going to go around the horn. I'm going to take my prerogative and go last. So.
Well, I was hoping you were going to start with Eli.
And I'm going to be just as hard on you as I am on the public guys. I am going to watch our time. So.
Oh, okay.
So I will be kind of winking, nodding, interrupting.
All right. Well, I've had the steepest learning curve on this issue than anything we've faced, including West Hayden Island. I will hearken back to the comments I made at the end of the last commission hearing in that after mulling it over a bit, I thought, well, wait a minute, this feels all too familiar. You know, anytime we put environmental regulations up for consideration, the development community, whoever comes in, and it's Armageddon, the world's going to end as we know it, and it happens every time. And I don't know if the analogy is exactly the same, but I kind of had that feeling. I did read through the Lincoln Land Institute, and as I said, my learning curve is really steep. I was really pleased that we got that document because it really addressed all the issues we're discussing. Frankly, I would like to adopt the proposal as was given to us, but I do have some concerns. The Lincoln Land Institute information was very supportive of inclusionary zoning, which I am, and in fact, going back to 1994 when we started the Coalition for a Livable Future, one of our first actions was to try to get mandatory inclusionary zoning region-wide, so I'm very strongly in support. One of the conclusions of the Lincoln Institute was that, first of all, that they really refuted the fact that kind of across the board you can experience a slowdown in production, and they had a lot of data in there to support that. They also said the most important thing was to really fine-tune the program, and I appreciate the fact that BPS staff has actually made an effort to do that and has taken a look at the potential impacts. I'm very concerned about the vacuum cleaner, what I think of as a vacuum cleaner effect in terms of the subsidies that are out there, the incentives. With regard to, we've heard SDCs and property taxes and so forth. I'm very concerned that we have a lot of other priority programs in the city that will wind up having revenue sucked away from them, and that continues to be a big concern. As we know, you can decrease the percentages, or you can decrease the amount of incentives.
That's your 2 minutes. Can you wrap it up real quick?
Okay. I already said a strong support. I see the last thing. You know, we also heard, as we always hear on environmental issues, well, if you adopt this program in Portland, I'm going to go to Vancouver. I'm going to go to whatever. We heard a lot of that from the developers. I want to know why we're not looking at this as a regional effort. I think we need to work at Metro, regardless of what we come up with, to make sure we have a regional inclusionary zoning program for the Portland metropolitan region.
Thanks. Maggie? Mike, please, sorry.
So I guess starting off, I think IZ's strength is creating affordable housing in high opportunity areas. And the fact is that, and those are built by market rate developers. And right now it's luxury apartments. And I really want to refute the idea of filtering that, well, we can just wait until those luxury apartments lose value. It's going to be decades before we see that, before they lose that type of value. It's a neighborhood that changes. It's not necessarily those buildings. And our goal right now is to create housing as much as possible, as soon as possible. I really don't see a proposal with phasing in, even though we have that with technically with all of these units in the pipeline, or reduced inclusion rates to be supportive of the goals we want. So I support PHB's proposal at the 2010 inclusion rate. And I'm very skeptical of the level of incentives we're being asked to provide above and beyond what's in the proposal from PHB. I do not think developers need to be held harmless. They're profiting greatly. Developers and landowners see a disproportionate share of profits associated with public investments, whether that's infrastructure, whether that's economic development investments. They need to pay their fair share. So, and again, I'd like to echo by fully subsidizing, holding market rate development community harmless, we're going to see resources that are funneled away. So I'd ask City Council to be very concerned about and really look hard into whether we need to do a full tax abatement for 10 plus years in the mixed use zones. I want to see that 2010 inclusion rate as we've already been held to through SB 1533. We already have parameters around this program.
That's 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't want to see it reduced.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, I'm very supportive of the concept of inclusionary zoning. And since we met last time, I've had a couple of meetings for disclosure with Locus and also with Professor Bates, who was on the expert panel, and I've been doing some reading. And I think what I've learned from that process is that there's a relatively small benefit to doing inclusionary zoning. We need to look at it as one tool in the toolbox, but it's a tool that can potentially work in our community. Also, just to echo what Mike and Maggie said, there's a public cost, and it comes at the expense either of other housing programs or other city or other public programs more broadly because of the interaction between city and county. So I'm convinced there's evidence that inclusionary zoning works, but it's been implemented so widely, it's hard to know exactly what works in a given environment, given market, and then the markets cycle over time, so it's really hard to know what to put your stake on. It's one of those situations where everybody knows what they're doing and nobody knows what they're doing. And so I think it's important to put down a stake that is reasonable and that is measurable, that's amenable to really rigorous measurement over time and rigorous recalibration. Couple of issues that I do feel strongly about. Family housing is really not very well addressed in this proposal, and I'm concerned that what we're in effect doing is getting affordable apartments for singles, and that's a social issue for me. I think we need to try to figure out if there's something we can do on the family side. And the other thing is the issue of economic integration. I think there's good evidence from the literature that a well-run inclusionary zoning policy produces economic integration, and that in turn produces multi-generational social mobility. And so I think we need to really make it so that not all the investment is off-site. So Yeah, basically, I'm open to starting at some reasonable point, but because of all the uncertainties, I'm unclear what that reasonable point is. And we've got two communities saying 80-20, 60-10 is a reasonable point. We have a developer community that's saying those are not reasonable points because we can't make it. I think our obligation is to try to produce something that's an environment that works and that allows the best developers to exercise their creativity and their intelligence in creating solutions that work in the community. And that's not necessarily by pulling back and making it too easy.
Katie?
So I'm very much in favor of inclusionary zoning, and but I also have become more familiar with its limitations and the fact that it sometimes doesn't work in some places, and that even when it's working, it doesn't create a huge amount of new units. But I think that it's kind of a program that I see that over time could have a very positive effect on our city in terms of making sure that there's a mixture of people in every building. Think of what that means, even in terms of the people that are putting together the packages for development, that they have to think about everyone when they're putting that together. I think that that's an important public benefit that we're not actually paying for, but it's you know, there's so many ways that we don't think of ourselves as a community, and this is one way that we think of ourselves as a community. I was very startled, a little bit scared by some of the rhetoric that came from the development community about that they would pack up their cranes and head for Beaverton and different places, and I don't know how seriously to take that, and I've heard different people wrestling with that. I really don't exactly know how to deal with that. One thing that I would think would be to have the program set up so that if you needed to pull, I mean, I've heard different scenarios where you guys were talking about how you could kind of stop the program instantly, almost, you know, very quickly, pull the plug on certain things that would decrease the cost and just so that you could get back to a program that actually worked. And of course, that's what I would be for, because it does make me nervous. And then back to East Portland and other areas of the city, you know, the city of Portland is not created equal. So making sure that you know, people are always trying to game these kind of systems, that it doesn't end up working against the very thing that we're trying to do here, which is to fight displacement. So I would find that very sad.
That's 2 minutes, Katie.
Yeah, I think
Actually,
I've said
2.5. So keep it, but wrap it up.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll also acknowledge that I've met with people on both sides of the issue since our hearing. You know, I kind of had to go back to the first fundamentals of what's the policy basis for inclusionary housing, and you know, the North Stars to me are that, you know, it's a tool, one of many tools to produce affordable units, and that's important. Obviously, you know, it's clearly not going to solve our whole problem. I think maybe the greatest benefit is it's producing those units right alongside market rate units, and I think there's mounting body of evidence that your prospects in life are as much a function of the quality of the neighborhood you grew up in as it is to your family's individual circumstances. So that's a really important benefit to me. And then of course, there's also the idea of having some kind of value capture from the high end of the market and reapplying that to affordable. You know, also, you know, not discounting what my friend Joe Courtwright tells us, which is that, you know, he thinks IZ's a silly idea that we should just get the market to produce as much housing as possible, and that's what's going to ultimately lower prices. I don't entirely buy into that, but I do think about the mobility of the resources and the stakeholders here. So, you know, property owners don't really have the opportunity to leave Portland. A developer might have the ability to go to the suburbs, but investment capital can go anywhere in the world, and that, you know, that scares me. So I'm really looking at this as a risk-reward trade-off. How do we maximize the rewards while mitigating the risk? And you know, my take on that is to to hold the inclusion rate. Let's go for, all the units we can get. But if we're going to think about phasing it, maybe let's do the phasing on the value capture side and think about, if not holding developers harmless, at least starting out with a very, very small gap and being willing to experiment with that over time after people have kind of figured out the operating parameters for the program. Let's not make it confusing and take some money. Let's let them worry about the confusion first and get that out of the way, and then we can think about how much value capture can we do successfully. So we're not a budgetary body. That's City Council's job. So I would say let's put forward the program that produces the maximum number of units in the places where we think they need to go, but then be prepared to be a little more gentle with the incentives and perhaps with the fee in lieu as an escape valve for people who can't figure out the confusion and just want to write a check. So I'd be looking to send something to council that we could say, here's how you get the most number of units to address the housing crisis that we have, and if you don't think you can afford it, go ahead and scale it back. I don't think it's our job to scale it back for council. I think that's their job. The resource question is their job. I will say I don't think the Housing Bureau has it right on the incentives. I think they've made the cliff too steep in some of the categories, and we should be adjusting that. And just a heads up that before we're done, I will offer an amendment related to parking around this, so be prepared.
Thanks. Eli? Sorry, I kind of missed you all up. I guess I should have kept going around.
I was sleeping here.
Second to last.
All right, thanks. I agree with a lot of what Chris just described. The North Stars, and also if you're going to face something in the value capture piece, is a logical place to do it. I really love the IZ program for the reasons people have described. The things that are most important to me, I think, are to make sure we have a level playing field across the city and how it's implemented, so it doesn't shift development one place or the other, and that we're guarded against over-subsidizing. So I'm concerned about developers don't give change when you give them tax expenditures or public subsidy. And I fear that when you put down this big target, 2080, developers figure out a way to propose something in so they actually make money on the deal. And so I don't want to go that way. And I haven't really I've seen different enough numbers. I'm not sure how to propose for that. I think that the Lincoln Land Institute proposal Rick Jacobs wrote is fantastic, and suggests that when city gets down to inclusionary affordable housing, as an affordable commercial, that they get him out to talk, because he has very different opinions about that, by the way. My concern on the resource side, which is no, it's not our purview directly, is I've talked to people in the affordable housing community, and there's concern that this would suck the available money for housing up the income spectrum. Okay, so I appreciate the list of all the sources of funds here. All of those listed for sources of available revenue are eligible for 0 to 50% housing. And if some of them go to this, it's going to 60 or 80% housing. So I really want the affordable housing advocates to, I've already talked to some of them about this, to be on guard to make sure that this is aligned with their, because this is spending money on higher income folks. And I love the idea of family housing, and a couple things that I'm thinking of that I want to check in. One is making sure that projects that are eligible will be eligible for the voluntary program incentive, even if it's under 20 units in a building. I don't know exactly whether that's in the proposal or not. Yes, okay, good. And I was a little concerned by the Landmarks Commission. That's why I asked that question earlier. I would not like a situation where landmarks can trump this program by pruning down the FAR that are feasible to be approved. And I think that that is it for me. Thanks.
This is a frustrating process because we've, I mean, if you've been on the commission a long time, we've always received enough information to really make, I think, very good decisions. I mean, we've received numbers, data, all kinds of stuff. And today, we got bubkas. I mean, we really got nothing. And so I'm very supportive of the 2080, 1060 being in the zoning code. We have heard repeatedly today and previously that the funding, the resource side that we're struggling with is a council purview. And we've heard that time and time again. So it's like, don't do anything with that, but do something with things that you can't you have to think about resources if you think about inclusion, the housing and the rate at which you're going to do it. It's a tool. It's a long-term tool. It's not a panacea. And my view is I would like to just send council a revenue package, even though we don't have purview. Let them figure it out. It will cause that discussion. This is council has told us it's an emergency. It's a number one priority. We have to do something immediately. It sounds like it's number one. Let them figure out the resources. We tell them how much we think the resources should be. We've got a pretty good idea of the maximum we've heard from them. Let council pare it down, but let's make sure we've got the other side. And yeah, it may look like the developers are going to get fully funded with no gap, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure it's going to get pared down at council, and there's going to be a discussion about, as Mike indicated, SDCs and stuff, because keep in mind, TIF is a fungible source. We at this commission previously 2 years ago changed TIF funding in the South Waterfront. We have the power to change this discussion about resources at council if we want to. SDCs can change. Tax abatement came through us, if you remember, and we had a talk and a discussion and voted on LTE, which was a tax discussion about how much that was going to be, and it was relative to affordable housing. So those are in our purview. We've talked about them. We've done things about them. Let's do something about this on resources. And I would encourage us to not shrink, but to be bold and push forward the maximum resource package and let council and let the Housing Bureau and let the developers jump into that pot.
So I support IZ as one of the tools in our tool basket that's going to help us with our affordable housing problem. But it's only a good tool if it produces results. So when I read the Lincoln Land Institute study, they said that there were over 500 locations that have IZ programs, ranging from starting in 1987 to, they were looking up, but to 2007. And then the study covered 20 in depth, and the results really varied widely in those 20, from low production to maybe medium. I didn't see anybody that it looked like to me anyway that where you were stimulating overbuilding because your package was so great. But at the end of this 108-page study, they made the specific point that the policies need to be studied to see which are effective. So I read a whole bunch of things, and I was hoping I was going to get to this end and it was going to say, okay, these are the 5 things in balance that are going to make things work. So what that points to is the difficulty to find the right formula. And it varies by geographic location and also with the overall health of the economy. So that brings me to the policy that we have before us. If our goal is to produce or to stimulate production of affordable housing, then we need to be very careful about how we do that. We need a partnership. It's a public and private partnership. And in a partnership, both sides need to be willing and able and find benefit to participate. That means the public, the housing authority needs to be sure that they're spending their money in the right place. They're getting the best bang for the buck that they can get. So over-incentives are an issue. Developers need to be sure that they can continue to operate a business or, they won't want to build here. The other thing is in a negotiation. A good negotiation means both people, in my opinion anyway, means both parties leave the table not getting everything they want. And it needs to be balanced. Those two things have to happen in order for us to have a program that's actually going to produce affordable housing. So the last point I'm going to make is that I don't believe we've had enough time to analyze and to fine-tune the program. I mean, there are many things we can do to stimulate, for example, more family-size units versus studio units. Those kind of things within the policy that I think would really benefit us. So we're also going to continue to add programs. We have to. This is not enough. And in order to add those programs, we're going to need to have some willing partners. So, you know, it's not only just this program, but I think we need to look at it in aggregate and make something that's really going to be, that's going to produce some units for us and produce partnership opportunities for whatever our next option is.
Okay, I'll try to.
I do have to say, just so y'all know, I've been giving you all about 2.5 minutes, so Jeff gets 2.5 as well. He actually did.
Mike, can I have your extra 30 seconds? I'll try to be brief and quick. One, I too would support a well-crafted inclusionary housing program. Unfortunately, I don't think we've got that yet. I think the staff did an excellent job of analyzing and laying out the evidence that's been presented on this. As I'm looking for my North Star, I'm looking at two things. What's the facts? What's the evidence we've got, knowing it's not complete? We do have a lot of evidence and testimony. And two, what's our policy? What's our planning policy objective here? We are the guardians. We are the arbiters of the comp plan, and we should keep that in mind as we try to decide what to tell the city council. And we should tell them something clear on this issue and not punt and not be muddled. The key takeaway that I agree with in staff's memo is there's not enough, the staff says the information analysis currently available is not sufficient to support the Housing Bureau's proposal. I think we're all wrestling with that. I think that's a fact we can't get away from. And the evidence that's lacking and the evidence that speaks against the proposal is not just developers. I think it's unfair to paint the developers as the opposition. First of all, we had some very good input from developers who do have affordable housing experience. I'd call your attention to the last two letters we received in our final input. One was from Mark Edlin, and I think we all know Gertie Edlin's work in sustainability and affordable housing, and one from Brian Wilson, a very articulate letter about the problems from someone who's building in areas like St. John's and who's got a long track record in affordable housing. And just as an aside, I've been one of my major volunteer commitments over the years has been affordable housing. I was an original board member of Reach Community Development with Charlie Hales. I spent 9 years in the as a board of commissioners on the Housing Authority of Portland. I currently serve on the Central City Concern Real Estate Committee. So I care about this. I'm not a developer, but it's been where I've put my volunteer activity, and I support what staff has laid out for us. We've heard so many concerns here today and unanswered questions. We heard a new one raised, maybe this will cause gentrification and displacement. We heard questions about how are we going to get family units out of this? What happens when the funds run out? We've heard, well, there's still a lot of different incentive packages on the table to be discussed. We heard a good concern from Eli that, wait, are we going to suck dollars out of the housing funds that are going to lower income people and now use them for people making 80%? So we've got a lot of concerns, we've got a lot of unanswered questions. And we're also being told, which I completely disagree with, and I don't know exactly who's telling us this, well, just put an inclusion rate in Title 33 and let everything else go. The council will deal with it. The Housing Bureau will deal with it. And to me, that's the worst kind of shirking of our planning responsibility. If we're going to adopt any inclusion rate in Title 33, and I would advocate we may need to do that at a lower rate, we've got to be able to, in some way, articulate the incentive package that goes with it. I think we're required by state law to do that. State law does not allow the adoption of an inclusion rate without an incentive package.
You're like 2 3/4.
So I would support the staff's recommendation on what they said to do, that we adopt a framework plan, send that to City Council, and give them a backup code amendment at a lower inclusion rate, consistent with the evidence we have. Whew, thanks for the extra 15 seconds.
I also, somebody want to time me, just to be fair. I also want to say that I am in support of the concept of inclusionary housing. And even more so to the point that I want to focus on being able to get family housing developed throughout our city equally in all neighborhoods and all places. I don't think this proposal is doing anything for family housing, for whatever that's worth. I absolutely believe developers need to be our partners in this, and that the moment we slow the production of their desire to build us homes for people, we hurt the overall equation of getting affordable homes on the market as well. And so they have got to be one-on-one with us. I know that the Lincoln study kind of said there's no effect on the cost, and what I would argue is there's maybe not an effect on the cost of renting a unit because market sets that, but what it does is it starts doing two things. I've already had 2 projects this week react to this proposal in this way. They're reducing density because their construction costs have gotten too high, so it means they're not building as many units, and they're making smaller units. Because the smaller the unit, they get to offset the cost of the affordable housing, which goes to only hurt family housing further, and that's my concern. And those are with voluntary multi-programs that we have today. So it's going to happen with the mandatory program. And I also think it's very important for us to consider and to put into place as we're talking about this, a monitoring program. I think we need to understand what the situation on the ground today is and be constantly looking at whatever inclusion rate we set, whether it's targeted correctly for the incentive package that's being offered by council. And therefore, I would full-heartedly support that we make sure that we put something tied to our inclusion rate, that we get reports back from the Housing Bureau on how the program's functioning, and that we will trigger or change inclusion rates accordingly, just knowing that we've got parts and pieces in different parts of the code. So I'll just kind of summarize or leave it at that at the moment. Mike, go ahead.
Since you were looking at me directly when you were
Oh, you
referring
just
to the
happened to
Lincoln
be
Institute,
there.
I want to make it very clear that while they made that argument, I tend to agree with Jeff that I think staff has done a really good job of taking a look at that as a potential consequence of the program. And so I'm interested in coming up with something that makes a very strong statement on inclusionary housing. And we've understood from all the conversations that getting it right is important and that we can change over time, whether that's called ramp up or recalibration or whatever. So I just wanted to make that clear.
And I wasn't directing it at you. You just happened to be across from me. Totally appreciate that, Mike. So as I was furiously writing notes down, consensus on inclusionary, great concept, which is awesome, and love to see us as a group promoting that. I also believe there seems to be consensus on trying to do as high an inclusion rate as possible. What I'm not seeing necessarily consensus around is how we make sure that's tied to the incentives. So I'm struggling a little bit I guess our options on the table are, like I said, since I don't see kind of a yes, let's move forward with, I don't see a clear yes, let's move forward with the proposal on the table. And so therefore, it looks to me like we have the options of, okay, we just are going to go for the full inclusion rate and kind of hope council funds it fully, or we sit here and talk about, okay, maybe let's work back from the incentives that are on the table today to what the inclusion rate may be, which is what staff put before us. And I'm certainly open to other thoughts or amendments that people are seeing out there. Chris, thanks for helping me out and jumping in.
So what I'd like to see us do is basically go for the maximum inclusion rate that state law allows us to. So let's do the 80-20, 60-10. And then what we should do as a practice is work backwards from that to what are the incentives that we need to do to make that happen. Unfortunately, that's where we get into the lack of data that Andre referenced. I mean, I don't think, if we told Tyler and Tom, tell us what the incentive package is to produce, 80-20 and 60-10 in all the land use categories that we have, could you guys answer that question today? Right, so somebody has to answer that question before council. With all respect to the Housing Bureau, I'm not buying your analysis, so I want an independent analysis from our staff that would do that. So, would you be able to do that between now and council to come up with a set of recommendations around incentives? And if not, what else would you need to do that?
I mean, the incentive package really is Title 30 and the Housing Bureau's purview with that. So I don't think we necessarily have the tools or the data to be able to say how much more the tax exemption cap would need to be raised, how much in direct subsidy with any sort of degree of confidence. I mean, you can back into numbers and say, you know, we're shooting for 5,000 to 6,000 units a year based on our 2035 growth goals, and if it's 75% multifamily and begin to back into a number like that, but it's not a high degree of confidence.
Okay, let me try my question a different way. So, you know, no disrespect to my friends at the Housing Bureau, but I want an informed second opinion. What's the best way to, and we're not going to get it for our vote here today, but what's the best way to give an informed second opinion to council?
I don't know.
So let me ask something to get at that. So Chris, is your concern, when you say informed second opinion, on what is a feasible funding gap, or is your concern the informed second opinion on the incentive package that is available to work from?
So we have the analysis that shows that the gap is very large in some categories, right? So what I'm looking for is direction on, or advice on how to close that gap for the categories where we think the gap, you know, is far too large. So what package of incentives you put together to close that and bring it, you know, very close to zero.
Let me try just one thing, which is, at a minimum, I think we can come up with what the maximum number is. And the PSC could then say, you know, we want this with 80-20, 10-60, 20-80, and we want this number, and put the number high. And council, you go figure out how to get that number. Now, if when you go and do this work, you don't end up anywhere near that number, the money doesn't get used, you don't need it. It's just it's more of a ceiling in terms of the amount of tax abatement money that's needed.
So I think what I've heard is it's an approximate $16 million tax abatement to fund the gap close to zero or at zero, just to throw that number out there. I don't know. I mean, that, in all fairness, I'm going to say that came from Locus. I don't know if that's right or not. But back to Susan's point, if it's high, then at least you're covered. But for whatever that's worth. Andre, go ahead.
So here's,
Wait a minute.
So when you put in as many years on the commission and chair as Andre has, you get your own slide.
I'm going to say, as chair, in all fairness, if any of you had offered up a slide, I would have said, yeah, we could have looked at it as well. So just to be fair.
So here's just a thought. It seems that there's agreement about the inclusion rates if you can get to a fully, or close to a fully funded package. Well, it may be one or two, but there's a majority, let me put it that way. If there's no gap or a small gap, development is feasible. The funding of the package outside the city through a combination of SDC's waivers, CET packages, and tax exemptions is critical. But you have to get to Multnomah County to talk about that raising of that limit. We've heard from the Housing Bureau, they're already starting that discussion. So the idea is, before we get to the last two, is to look at what Chris is describing. If you set a maximum and you set a package that says zero or close to zero, it puts council to figure out what is the right level of funding and incentives to meet what I think is our policy direction of the 2080, 1060, and how that's going to work. That puts council saying, A, we believe in this, but what is the right level? And at some point, there's an evaluation from a number of individuals of what is the right level. Is zero, or is what's proposed today the right level? We don't have the data to make that decision. But what we do have is if we get to 0 and they fully fund it, we're pretty sure it's going to work. And the last couple are, the fee in lieu is to lower that package so that, again, council has to look at that and say, is that escape hatch feasible for what we're trying to do? And so you have the fee in lieu. If you're lowering the incentives, maybe the fee in lieu changes. If you're raising the incentives, maybe the fee in lieu changes. Those are, it's an entire package. It's not one item. And lastly, back to Catherine's issue, is to get an annual report back to us and let us look at this. So it is, every piece of data we've received, you have to look at these things annually and adjust them and tweak them. You just can't put them on the shelf and hope they go forward.
The one thing thought I had on that is if we can, if we want to make it full support of full inclusion, and granted, then we realize we have to work back to the incentive package and we have to look at the gap. My concern about understanding the gap today is that we have a lot of other things on the table that we've already talked about, whether it be in the mixed-use zones or in the central city, as Mike talked about, kind of cumulative effects of some really good things that we want to promote throughout the city, and they're not in anybody's analysis, whether it's housing bureaus or locuses or anybody's. And by keeping that gap, so to say, or by fully funding, those no longer get to be tied up in a discussion with IZ. In other words, we can have independent discussions about those for the merits of what those are. We try to keep IZ as close to fully funded through other ways and means. And then, again, it doesn't mean that we can't, at other points in time, come back and look at a package that once we give the community some time to implement what we're seeing in Central City and mixed-use zones and start on the IZ package and get what's going through the pipeline, we can always kind of adjust it as we're monitoring this every year. So what that's worth. Any other comments or thoughts? Maggie?
I am very hesitant to, again, increase an incentive package that holds developers completely harmless, or even vast majority harmless, right? I'm very concerned that this will eat, if we continue to increase the incentive package, this will eat away, again, at programs that target under 60% MFI. I do not think we should, particularly if we're increasing incentives, reduce a fee in lieu. As much as this pains me to say, I might even lower the inclusion rate at 80% rather than increase further incentives.
Are you leaning in, Jeff?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gary.
I'm also hesitant about fully funding the offset. And that just comes from all the uncertainties in the market. We're at a certain place in the market, in the cycle at this point. We don't know whether the expectations around profitability or the expectations around ability to gain funding in the market have been realistic or are realistic under this proposal. So I'm hesitant to move in that direction. I think we're much better off doing something that's more empiric, meaning let's choose something, let's implement a certain rate or a certain approach that gets us at a reasonable point, but not entirely close the gap, and see what happens. And maybe I'm not thinking about this correctly, but it seems like having thousands of units in the pipeline, time is our friend on this. We can see what happens in terms of future development once we implement the policy, knowing that we've got a couple of years before anything's actually going to start into construction phase. So I think there are some ways for us to test how this is working before there's any, and make adjustments before there's significant adverse effect in the community.
I guess I'm curious for anyone in the room, is there a way to include how do we avoid overspending? I guess it's one thing to say that we're going to keep it neutral in terms of the feasibility of projects as proposed here, or as Maggie's pointing out, that it's okay people absorb a little bit of that, some of that cost, developers do. I'm worried about the other side of this becomes a windfall program. Is there a way to guard against that? I guess I'm not sure who I'm asking, but that's what goes in my mind, is that I don't want to create a windfall program out of what's supposed to be an affordable housing program. I guess as a point in case, mixed-use zones area, I hear it takes 3 to 6 years from the city's analysis of property tax abatement to make it whole, and I hear from locals it takes 10 years. That's a big difference of property tax incentive for the same chunk of real estate. If we fund the incentive package, to meet what the 10-year property tax abatement, is there any way to guard against that just being a windfall?
I'm wondering if Kurt or Matt, I mean, you all have a lot of experience with what other cities have done in terms of maybe they can't do it in real time, but maybe they can do it as you check back in and with annual reviews or whatever. What have other cities done?
I mean, absent being in the books for every single building in the mixed-use zones, which we don't want to do, it's a subsidy on a per affordable unit basis, not a per building basis. So a full tax exemption in the mixed-use zones, because that, we do run the risk of a full tax exemption depending on what a developer chooses to build in the mixed-use zones being more profitable than just a market rate building, particularly as you move further east or north or south. And so the way you would move around that is to put the subsidy on on a per affordable unit basis, so it scales as the building scales.
The only other thing I would say is that most of the mature inclusionary housing programs that are talked about in the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy's work by Rick Jacobus only provide density bonuses. They don't provide all the financial tools that we're offering here. And what happened in Fairfax was that the underlying land value was calibrated to represent the value of the entitlements with the bonus, and there was no other cash needed to make the deals work. So we're in a period where we're shifting paradigms. People bought land 3, 4, 5 years ago or yesterday under an old construct, and they have to abide by a new construct come February. So I think the actual offsets are going to be more important in the beginning, and then once the entitlements are reflected in the underlying land values, it'll basically be reflected in appraisals. Sellers will participate in the sharing of the burden, not just developers, because developers, as you heard, are just intermediaries. They don't very often control the underlying land. So I think one way we might be able to do this, and it gets to your point about annual review, is you could do a cost certification of a random sample, and you could determine if a class of buildings was over-subsidized in this annual review that you've asked for, but only upon completion, when the developer's profit has been taken and the project closed and placed into service, can you actually come up with that metric? And we'd be interested in that because we obviously don't want to over-subsidize projects.
And really, I know this is not a direct analogy at all because this is a private marketplace, but since we're putting public subsidies into it, that's exactly what they do with any electric, gas, solid waste utility, is you go back in time to set rates for the future. And you take, a measured sampling of those who are regulated in the case of, if you have 20 garbage haulers, or in the case of, the electric utility, you look into their books and see, what were your actual costs versus what we estimated things were going to be, and then you change for the future. And I think, in a way, we could do this. It might be hard because of the roll-in time. If we've got 9,000 units sitting there, they're going to roll in, and in year one, you're not going to know anything because this is going to be based on the past. So, you might set it out a year or 2 or 3, but I think we could definitely work with the Housing Bureau closely to try and do that.
Well, and since I limited everybody to 2 minutes, but yet I know it's been on the minds of many commissioners, speaking of the rolling in for all the units that aren't going to be subject to IZ, I guess I would hope that we could figure out some way to help incentivize them to include affordable units and perhaps use those as the test case to start forming how we may need to adjust the mandatory program at a later date and time, and once those units start coming in. So I mean, I think we need to all work together, put our heads together on how to test it with a voluntary program first. And I mean, I think your multi-program somewhat gets there right now. You're seeing where the gap is and when developers are taking the multi-program up and what's causing them not to. And so I think you have a pretty good handle on that. If not, I'm sure they'd share it with you, and we could go from there. Mike?
I'm going through the staff report again, and there is another option. There's a framework that was laid out here, and I think we've discussed the possibility of our forwarding a framework of things we want to see council do, and then at the end, there's a framework, and then there's 4 Title 33 amendments. Our options are 1, 2, 3, 4. That's on the table as I understand it.
Yep, no, absolutely. But I do think we probably need to get a little bit of consensus around how we're dealing with the inclusion rate, what's in Title 33.
Right. And
that'll help inform what that list of framework or policy or question things we want to pass on. Absolutely. I'm seeing some quiet, stymied people. Go ahead, Andre.
We're all wondering.
I would say this, council would prefer us to do something relative to just saying we're going to send a framework. And I would encourage us to send them a package. And I don't know, Chris, you want to chime in there, but.
I agree.
I mean, I guess where I would go, that's why I was saying, I think if part of the package, Andre, is we need to probably decide on an inclusion rate. That's a package piece, right? And then we need to decide on a policy of, okay, depending on that inclusion rate, either adjust the incentive package into what gap methodology, if come to some consensus on that, or I lost my train of thought of where I was going from there. Anyway. But I guess where I'm getting at is I think there's a package and a list of, and continue to work on X, Y, and Z, which is a framework. Go ahead, Joe.
I understand the desire handed down from City Council to give them an IZ program, particularly an inclusion rate. What's troubling me is, and I don't know if there's consensus because it's hard to get consensus, but staff has said they don't, as people who've got expertise to put more time in this, there's not enough information to make a good decision. That's a fact. You can argue with it, but I think if you look at the evidence that's been presented to us, the testimony that's presented to us, it's simply not ready. And I've heard that from almost everyone in different ways. So now we're being asked, and we've heard how important it is to carefully calibrate the numbers, and now we're being told, you got to hurry up, you got to calibrate the number for us, and we haven't given you enough data and information to make a good decision. That puts us in a very uncomfortable position. I don't have a wisdom to answer it, but I just want to articulate that that's what we're wrestling with, because I think if we were true to the evidence that was given to us, we would say, we can guess, but we're guessing on incomplete information, and the better answer is staff did a great job of laying out the questions in a framework plan. If we had that if we had an IZ program tailored to address the framework plan, then we would say, oh, okay, based on all this new data information analysis, we can come to an appropriate inclusion rate. Okay, we don't have the luxury here today, and I understand there's some at the City Council that want us nonetheless to give them an inclusion rate. I would prefer we do give them an inclusion rate and say, but we don't recommend adoption. We recommend first doing the kind of analysis and research that this framework plan is going to guide staff, PSC collectively to. And because Gary hit the nail on the head, other than this political desire to do it today, we have substantively, there's time. I think we've heard about the big bubble that's in the pipeline, which will not be affected by IZ. And therefore, I think we should not be beholden to a timeline that's got nothing more than, that we have never had an articulation of why it's really important. If the council thinks it's important and wants to reject our recommendation, we've given them a recommendation. I would not support 20 and 80 and 10-6. I'd support something more like the staff's done and say, you want a recommendation to amend Title 33, here it is. But we recommend, rather than doing that, first do the framework plan, then collectively we can come up with a fact-based and analysis-based inclusion rate. Because if we adopt today, it's going to have no impact in the short term in producing more units. It has a high risk of having a negative impact in the short term. So I think the prudent thing, I think it's an irrational leap of faith to say, well, let's just adopt it and council figure it out. We'll see how it works. I think there's a risk we heard from both the city's economists and independent economists. You will have a negative impact. You will have a short-term negative impact if you adopt the proposal in front of you. And I don't see why we want to question that and take that risk when as a community to take a little bit more time, work under a clear framework, we can get a better answer. We will get a better IZ program, and when we turn it on, it will more efficiently accomplish the goals we all want. So I would recommend we follow something close to what the staff has done, that we endorse the concept of an IZ program. We don't recommend support of the Housing Bureau proposal. We recommend the City Council delegate the appropriate people to redesign the IZ program based on the framework plan staff has raised, and say, Council, if you feel the urgency to adopt now, here's the short-term inclusion rate. We will amend Title 33, but we would recommend withholding the effective date, and I'd copy the proposal in the staff report. That's not an amendment, but I would go there if anyone cares to support what I just said.
Katie, and then Maggie.
I'm just trying to think through the different ways that we could go. And so Andre's proposal, would it change substantially if it was at the lower inclusion rates? Would it, I mean, what would change on it if it was just a different inclusion rate? If it was the staff recommended inclusion rate? Would anything change, Andre? Sorry, I asked about it while you were walking.
No, I mean, if you change the inclusion rate, I'm still looking to fully fund it, so.
Yeah. So I would be willing to go in, I would be willing to go at a lower inclusion rate and follow this proposal. I think I could go on either of those setups, but I think I would feel a little less out there at the lower inclusion rate.
That's kind of a question.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about your proposal?
Yeah.
So we're recommending to the council that bullet points 2, 3, 4, 5. Are we saying turn on inclusionary zoning immediately while you work on these other things? Are we saying don't turn it on until you've worked on and accomplished these other things?
Turn it on immediately. And I'm going to answer that question real quick. When is council having their work session? What date?
November 29th.
So in 2 weeks, council is going to have a work session on this. In 30 days, they're going to have a hearing and make a decision. They're going to move forward before the end of the year. Whether we send them 0, whatever package we send them, they're going to make a decision before the end of the year. So I agree with you. We should have more time. We should get better data, but they're going to make a decision probably with a little more than the data you see that we have today. So, yeah, it's make a decision on if it's that inclusion rate or a lower inclusion rate.
But again, I understand you're anticipating, and perhaps you have very good insight into what 3 votes are going to do in city council. I'm asking what we're recommending to them, and are we recommending go ahead and start it? Start the program effective whenever, February 1st.
February 1st, yes.
And in the meantime, or at some point, work on all these other.
No, we're recommending fully fund the package on February 1st. Have a fully funded incentive package on February 1st. or whenever they choose to implement it.
And would we, if that doesn't exist, would we not agree to the first bullet point? Are they indispensable?
They are to me. I mean, I'd be okay saying, if you can't get an incentive package that is fully fundable or fundable to the inclusion rate, do not move ahead.
Well, I think, or you could offer, or lower the inclusion rate to match the incentives
Incentive.
as long as you fully fund. I mean,
Yeah, I
you
mean-
could certainly add that to it, would be a way to move forward on that. Go ahead, Maggie.
So I just want to respond to a couple things you said, Jeff. The rush is, we're in a housing crisis. That's why we're trying to pass it. Like, we need to get this done. We need to have every tool at our disposal as soon as we can. And the fact that we need more data, people have been saying that for the 9 months that I've been sitting on, that many other people have been sitting on this inclusionary housing panel. The data is going to be different tomorrow. If we keep waiting, the data is always going to change. It's not, I don't think we need more data. And this, it's not like this policy came out of a vacuum. PHB has been working on this for years. Other people, even with developers, have been looking at this for years. It's not just, we just started thinking about it 9 months ago, and this is a policy we're going to put in front of you. Here are some numbers. So I just really, there is a time constraint. Even if we have 2 years of development in the pipeline, there still may be other projects that are going to vest. We're still going to need to address the housing that comes in after those 2 years, after those 9,800 units. And we're going to continue. The lesson I learned from being on the IZ panel was we didn't have to talk about anything so much as we said we didn't have the data. And that's all our conversation turned into, was we don't have the data, we need more time, but there was no substantive commitment from developers to do the projects. And there was no substantive solution. So I'm very concerned about continuing to wait and say we don't have enough time, because that's going to go on for years.
So, go ahead.
I'll be brief, Maggie. I understand the frustration, and I certainly understand the desire to have an IZ program quickly and hope it works. I think part of the flaw is, as I sat in on some of those task force meetings, they were so focused on pro forma numbers. You had developers at the table. They went back and forth on pro forma numbers. They didn't look at other issues. I don't think we were asking for a lot of data. Some of us asked for data, but more we were just asking for fundamental programmatic questions. What about family housing? What about the risk that you're going to balkanize dollars earmarked at 20 and 40% and push them up into 60 and 80%? What about this gentrification concern?
Those were not the questions at the panel.
But
Those were not the questions
Right,
addressed at the panel.
Okay, guys, I'm going to stop that. Sorry. You guys can go have a drink after this and go work it out. It'd be really fun. Appreciate the conversation. I think it's a good discussion. Eli?
Okay, something that would make me more comfortable with any of these proposals, if we're going to get into the incentive basket side of it, is to hold harmless certain things. So if we're going to say, as Andre's proposed here, fully funded incentive package, it would make me much more comfortable if we said that package includes density bonus, which is clearly a thing in our purview to put on the table, and SCC waivers for units that are 60% or less, which is already on the table, and property tax exemption, at least to the current level allowed by the cap, which according to Personal Housing Bureau is probably enough, according to some others is not enough. I don't know where, if we expand that cap, I don't know whose money we're taking, frankly. But I do know that if the SDC program grows to higher income levels, it impacts a lot of different bureaus. I do know that the CET funds are flexible and can be used at any income range. 80%. What? Oh, up to 80%?
Yeah.
Okay.
CDBG can only be used for households under 80% of
Okay.
the area.
The CET can go all the way down to zero though, right? Yes. Okay, so CET can hit a whole wide range of income spectrum below 60%. So I guess my first nod at this idea would be to say a funded incentive package that that consists of density bonus, SCC exemptions based on the current program, 60% of MFI, and tax exemption And if the city wants to go, if city council wants to go further than that, then they've got some political wars to fight. And then that ends up becoming that may effectively become a cap on what the inclusion rate ends up being. So I'm okay lofting out the goal of 20, 80, 10, 60. From what I've heard, you don't get there with that package I just listed. I'd be happy to be wrong, but that's one idea. That would make me more comfortable with the proposal, is to say that if we're going to be wading to the budget arena, which I think we kind of are doing no matter what, that's one way to wade in. It's more comfortable for me.
So I'm trying to understand fully what you're saying, and I think what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're fine with this package as long as we define what the incentive package is.
We put limits on the incentive package so it doesn't suck money from other areas that I know I and others.
So then my
Yeah, right.
question back to you is, if I'm hearing you, I think what I'm hearing is you work back from, you take the incentive package and work back into the inclusion rate, because
Right.
as you brought up, you don't know if that will fully fund the inclusion rate.
Mm-hmm.
So you would be proposing, let's lay out, this is what the incentive package should be, and,
Which is kind of what the staff proposal did here.
right, and then
Yes.
back into the inclusion rate.
That makes me more comfortable
Got it.
as a strategy.
And
Yes.
I second that. I
Okay,
feel
so-
much more comfortable if there's some sideboards on it.
So I think what I'm starting to hear is actually more consensus around staff proposal at this point than what we have up on the screen. And maybe, I'm trying to figure out how to just get us moving forward. I'm thinking just perhaps a show of hands. I'm going to say staff proposal or Andre's proposal, and then we can at least work from that starting point of where we've got consensus as to the details of
So
each of
which
those.
staff?
Yeah, which,
Fair
yeah, what's the staff proposal?
Because the staff proposal, I mean, as I read it, it didn't actually say which SDC fees or which, it left some of these things sort of general.
No, I think the Housing Bureau, there is a package of incentive package on the table. And the key difference is where you apply the full property tax exemption. And the key unknown is, given all the complications with the property taxes, how far does that stretch outside of the central city? And up to this point, we don't have a lot of information on how far outside the central city you can go and bump up against what is currently a $3 million cap, and how high that cap would have to be. So that's the political uncertainty. How high does the cap have to be in an agreement with the county to cover a property tax exemption for projects outside of the central city? And so our proposal sort of works backwards, as you're saying, and assumes there is not much, no property tax exemption available outside the central city, and that a more comfortable conservative rate would be 15 and 8. And then if there is the political will to raise that cap and get that in place, then you can begin to raise the inclusion rate.
Okay.
Or adjust the other the other incentive packages that frees up money for other programs.
So I'm gonna, this is gonna muddy the waters, I'm sorry. But I'm actually not going to support that approach, which basically says you start spending the property tax abatement in the middle of the city, and then if there's any left over, it goes elsewhere. I would be much more comfortable with make it flat across the city, so you impact residual land values the same, whether it's downtown or the mixed-use areas. And because the first proposal that came to us would have spent all the property tax downtown and not spent in the mixed-use zones, and that shifts the trajectory of our housing capacity to downtown and not in mixed-use. Like, we've already seen the problem with that. And so I guess my proposal is that we, the basic, I guess I'm back to framework here, but my basic idea is that we say we're going to provide subsidy so the residual land value is the same or a little bit lower than what it otherwise would be. Downtown, mixed-use zones, both, right? And then if that means that downtown you can only have an inclusion rate of, 5 at 60 or 8 at 60, then that's what we're stuck with. Because we don't want to use this program to shift housing capacity, to different parts of the city, I don't think.
Yeah, you do.
Just,
I'm not, sorry, this is,
I mean, we haven't modeled this at a significant level of depth, but using current estimates, you would need about $12 million per year to fully exempt the entire city.
full property tax abatements?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's debate probably around the duration of the tax abatement that would be needed, and it would vary by zone and by geography, but given the 2035 estimates of 60,000 in the mixed use, 30,000 in the central city, and our current subsidy on a per unit basis or tax exemption expenditure on a per unit basis, it'd be about $12 million a year.
And yeah, for what it's worth, Locust is saying 16. So somewhere between 12 and 16 million per year.
I think one
So
comment
I
on
guess what I'm
Locust
thinking is, the only difference I'm having with what you
one comment on the 16 million, I think it's probably being backed into based on development that's happening primarily in close proximity to the central city.
Well, and actually, and as a caveat to that, Matthew, actually, what I should add to that is that's assuming fully funded. You're not assuming fully funded at 12 million, I assume. You're assuming there's
No.
still some gap. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, well, we're assuming a full tax exemption on the entire building. We don't, in discussions with the city attorney's office, our options
Okay,
are
got it.
the
Yeah,
affordable units or the full building.
Got it. Okay.
I have questions, just to understand what you were proposing, Eli. So are you suggesting, so central city, mixed-use zones, low density, they all receive the same dollar amount for tax exemption, or the same, like, it's going to be a full property is exempted? I'm trying to, and then, and I guess another question is, how does that make up for different costs of different areas? I assume it's more expensive to develop in the central city than lower density areas. So we're actually trying to prevent, from my impression, affordable housing. I mean, we're trying to promote affordable housing in higher opportunity areas, i.e. central city. So I'm
I
just,
think the depths of subsidy is higher for downtown than it is in the mixed-use zones. I think we agree on that. But so yeah, it needs more sugar, you know, in the lemonade to make it.
I think what you're saying is we need to, and instead of using the words incentivize, encourage the same production rate of housing out in the mixed-use corridors with some type of incentive package as you're kind of encouraging the production of housing in the central, or production of affordable housing in the central city. Does that
That's
closer?
right. I think we should encourage the same amount at different places. And if we want to encourage it to this high level, but we don't have enough money to encourage it at a lower level, that lower level should be citywide. We shouldn't just bring down the mixed-use zone inclusion rate. We should bring down the whole inclusion rate.
And look at the entire city as a whole. I
Right.
got it. So you don't just adjust central city to be, for example, 2080, and then the mixed-use zones to be 1580.
does the comp plan, what we passed, have a higher target rate for affordable housing in the central city than it does elsewhere in the city? Don't we have a higher target in central city versus the city overall? So it would,
I think the only quantitative goal, I mean, I'm a little out of it right now. I think the only quantitative goal is the 10,000 unit target. I think on a policy level, there are policies about citing affordable housing in high opportunity areas and promoting economic integration, preventing displacement, but on a policy qualitative level.
My recollection is that we have a policy that 30% of central city housing production should be affordable. I don't think we have a comparable percentage for outside the central city.
15% citywide, or?
Actually, the 10,000 units is 8% of the gross number of 123,000 units. I dug into that really deep when I first got here because the policy was still in draft form and I felt like it was maybe a little timid. But it was a meta number that was just fashioned, from what I understand, Tom might correct me, but it's just to emulate the same sort of demographic profile citywide that we had accumulated up to now, 2016.
Right, but we are tilting towards the central city because that's where the services are. Yeah.
Question?
Yes.
Okay.
This, you know, the concept of sort of equalizing the incentive throughout the city. My concern is, as I recall some of the Econ Northwest reports, I think that's contrary to their recommendation that the success of the IZ programs were so sensitive to land values that ideally you're going to tailor them differently in different parts of the city based on land value. So if I'm understanding what you're saying, isn't that contrary to this notion of, if you try to.
I think I like to use the language of residual land value. I think you do tailor them to different parts of the city. You have to. So that the residual land value doesn't, just to say it's no change at all. Let's just say it's the simplest way to say it. There's no change in the residual land value downtown or the mixed-use zones. For that to happen, you have to tailor the program. And I think that we should. What I don't want to do is, I don't want to over-subsidize part of the city and under-subsidize others so the development shifts geographically.
And just really quick, correct me if I'm wrong, Eli, but I believe he's talking about varying the term of the full tax exemption to calibrate based on geography.
That's the easiest thing I can think of to calibrate. There might be other ways to do it, but that's, yeah, so conceptually in my mind, when I first saw the proposal from the city, downtown got 10-year tax abatement. Mixed-use zones got like 10-year, but just on the affordable units. Is that a tenth of it or something like that? That's like $10 downtown, $1 down, in the mixed-use zones. Nothing happens in mixed-use zones because they say no thanks. Downtown, they'll keep building. And so I've been asking for a way to tune that proposal, acknowledging that we do need to subsidize downtown more because construction costs are higher. With that construction type, land values are higher, but not 10 to 1 more. So I'm trying to, that's why I've been asking for a way to calibrate it so that you give the mixed-use zones maybe 6, maybe 8, I don't know what it is, and you give the downtown 10 so that you're not favoring one part of the city over the other, but you do acknowledge that construction costs are higher downtown and it needs more subsidy.
Susan?
I'm just going to suggest a process idea here to move us on, which might be that you've got two different options, really. One is, and then you have a bunch of rules and things to calibrate, and those would be the same no matter which option you're going to pick. They can be, we want more focus on family housing. We want to make sure that this happens in high opportunity areas, all those things. Those are many of the questions that we listed in the document here. So we want to get all those the same either way. What you're really saying is you want to pick the inclusion rate and let council figure out the money, or you want to pick, in other words, you're going to pick the 2080 and just go, this is what we want. We want the high inclusion rate. You guys go figure out the money. Or you pick a lower inclusion rate and say, because that's all the money you got on the table right now. And if you want to add more in, council, you add the money in and then you can raise the rate. And so it really just comes down to which side you want to be on and which side you think you want them to be on. It's, it's a difficult issue for either one of you, either the PSC or the council, to be at in terms of, do they need to go show where they got the money before they can raise the rate? Or do they just want to punt? And you told them to go ahead and do the 80-60, the 20-10.
So
that's really the decision, is the two bookends. And then all the stuff in the middle, I think we can write up for you guys as, here's your direction.
And somewhat to that point, we were on the same page. I was just about to throw that out there. So I'm thinking maybe just we start with kind of a show of hands for A or B, and then we work from there. My gut is, I think I'm hearing more, let's take it from the incentive side and work back to the inclusion rate versus let's start at the inclusion rate and punt the incentive side. But I'm not completely positive on that. Susan, it looks like you want to jump in.
Just one more thing, and that's this November 29th work session. It's not when they're taking a vote, correct? This is just a work session. So you could request to have a couple of you at the table. That's totally up to Commissioner Saltzman and the mayor and others, whether or not they would be there. But then you could articulate all those things in the middle more clearly. And so that might be a useful thing to have.
So I like, my lean towards working within our means, but I'd be happy to hear a 1 or 2 minute political pitch for why we should. I think that was a fantastic summary, but for people who've seen the politics of this more than I have, what's the, I've heard from Chris and Andre and sort of the argument that we should start with the inclusion rate and then let the city council do that, but I guess I'm open to hearing a pitch for that.
I will jump in and say one quick thing and then go ahead and let Andre jump in because he had his hand up. But I'll tell you, my concern is I'm not going to be able to give you the inclusion rate. I can take the package today, and I I think we're going to argue over those numbers, and I don't think we have enough information to be able to use the data that we have to come to consensus, but that's my concern. So Andre, go ahead.
I would say and I think Susan has said it very clearly, if you look at, using Mike's term, the sideboards, what are the things that we as policy in the comp plan, Portland plan, all of our plans need? We need the density bonus, we need SDCs, we need to make sure that 0 to 30 families, we need to make sure that the mixed use zones that we are able to develop out in eastern Portland as well as downtown. So it has to be calibrated differently for eastern Portland than in the middle than downtown. So there's going to be a number of calibrations. But we've told council before on a lot of issues, here's what we want, and by the way, here's how we want you to look at it. We want to preserve and make sure you understand that we, at the end of the day, still want a density bonus and all these other things, but here's the starting point and here's the sideboards to that. We've done that on a lot of issues. I think we have that opportunity. I think it's going to be harder for council to argue an incentive up than to argue an incentive down. And I think if we can tell them, here's what you have to preserve when you do the incentives, it gives them some guidance about, no, don't take it from existing programs and diminish an existing program. Find new revenue. Find new revenue that potentially is forthcoming because of whatever, but don't take it for, don't cut existing programs to fund this. And so we can give, I think, them a lot of guidance around how they should look at it. Either way, I think we ought to do that, but I don't think we should do a framework.
I guess I'll add one piece is that I think it's somewhat of a statement of, since we don't have control over the incentive side, back to your point, Maggie, we recognize we're in a housing emergency. We recognize it's really important to get as many affordable units out on the market, and therefore we really want an inclusion rate that's high, but we're struggling with this other piece of it. So you start here, go fund it. You council, you've said it's a housing emergency. If you truly believe it's a housing emergency, then take it out of the tax dollars for the future buildings that are going to get built that include these units. And I completely appreciate, Maggie, where you're coming from with concern about prioritizing those dollars, but it seems to me it's coming from the projects, the tax from the buildings that are getting built to help support the affordable housing. And that makes a pretty strong positive statement in support of inclusionary while moving this forward, versus just kind of saying our hands are tied. This is all the money that we seem to have on the table today and not challenging that and then lowering the inclusion rate. Chris, go ahead.
So I guess I think about this in the dynamics of who's going to pay attention to what issues. So, I'm not worried that council is going to overspend because they're the ones who ultimately have to balance the budget, right? So if we send them something and they think it's too rich, I'm pretty confident that they will scale it back as need be. And then at the same time, the worry that we're going to rob 0 to 30 to fund 60 and above, I've been a little rough on my friends at the Housing Bureau, but I'm pretty sure that if that balance goes askew, they're going to make recommendations to course correct that, because that's the core of their mission. So I think I'm relying on them to let us not go overboard in that direction. So I think in supporting Andre's recommendation, which I will vote to support Andre's recommendation, the perspectives I'm trying to advance are to maximize the inclusion opportunity while not screwing up housing development by ruining the economics of the development equation. So it's a three-sided thing going on here, and I'm picking a role for us that I think maximizes our opportunity to contribute to the ultimate correct balance.
Mike?
Yeah, I was pleased to hear Andre's comments about, earlier I got the impression you were saying, just make that package however big it needs to be to get to 2080, 1060. And I heard you just say, no, there are limits, and that really, if we put this forward, and I actually, as I said after I read the Lincoln report, I got more bullish on the original proposal, understanding that, and actually I want to say I appreciate Locust's coming forward with some suggestions on how we might deal with this issue, not just come in and say no, no, no. The fact of the matter is, if the resources are not there, the inclusion rate will have to be adjusted. And if we make that both the statement that there are limits in terms of the incentives, and we recognize that the rates are probably going to change if we can't fully fund 2080, 1060, then I feel comfortable supporting that.
Maggie?
Is there, so say we were to lower the inclusion rate, say in the 80-20, would that make the 60, is there any way that would make the 60-10 less attractive? I mean, in terms of if it's using the same incentive package, would people lean towards 80% MFI and just forget about the 60% program?
And so in our modeling, it demonstrates that with the incentive packages as proposed, that an inclusion rate of 15% at 80% would make the 80% mandatory program and the 60% optional program roughly economically equivalent.
So
the 60% deeper affordability option would not be economically more advantageous.
And unless you looked at putting together a different incentive package for the 60-10 program than is on the table than at the moment for 2080. You'd have to look at a different set of economics, right? Okay.
There's a proposal on the table.
Okay, so
Call us in 10 minutes.
I just say, how are we doing with hands still? So how about let's just, kind of a show of hands on where we're at with Andre's proposal. Hand up in support of moving forward kind of with that. One, Maggie, what is that? Maybe.
So you're going to be, let me get this clear. So
we'll keep talking about it and we'll
Okay.
work through it further, but in general, is this a place to start our discussion? I guess is what I'm kind of asking right now. So raise of hands. 1, 2, 3. Gary, is that a hand up?
Well, I've got a concern.
Okay.
I like the framework overall.
We're not voting on it, just as a place to start.
Why not?
The other one would be you lower the inclusion rate, and we need to hammer out, we need to start with the incentive package that's kind of on the table today, because I don't know where else to start, and then work back into lowering the inclusion rate, versus starting at 80-20 and saying council needs to solve for the incentive package. If they can't solve the incentive package to fully fund, then they need to lower the inclusion rate. Go ahead, Jeff.
Question about this, Andre or Kat. If this is essentially what we recommend to the council, are we saying,
Need to get closer to the mic.
I'm sorry, if this is what we recommend to the council, are we saying that at these inclusion rates, the current incentive package does not work?
Yes. So just back to general show of hands, should we move forward on a discussion with what's on the table? I'm sorry, with Andre's proposal,
On the wall.
which is what we've been talking about.
are you including the fee in lieu? Are you including all of
Just
it?
as a startup
As a
discussion
starting
point, we're
point
not
for
voting on
discussion.
it, this is not gonna be a be-all, end-all. I just wanna
So we
know,
can still
can we
propose
start
sideboards.
hammering out the details of this, and
I'm not sure what your question is.
Okay, let me try again. Should we start trying to work out consensus on a proposal that starts with an inclusion rate of 80-20, that's fully funded, that then we challenge council to meet an incentive package for? Because we know the incentive package on the table today will not support the 80-20 that's fully funded. So that's kind of general, and we can work through the particulars that are also going along with Andre's proposal, but I think in general it's a concept. In other words, should we promote an 80-20 inclusion rate? Should we challenge council to figure out how to incentivize an 80-20 inclusion rate. And perhaps if the sticking point is the fully funding, we can leave that off the table for the moment and just start there. Or do you just say, we're starting with the incentive package that's been put on the table today, which means there's going to be a fair amount of discussion about lowering the inclusion rate. So we'll do, does that, go ahead.
What I'm in favor of supporting a 2080, 1060 inclusion rate, but what I'm struggling with is the concept of a fully funded incentive package that takes all the risk away from developers.
Okay, so can we take the fully funded off, and basically, we're saying we're in support of full inclusion, and we would then encourage council to come up with a greater incentive package. We can negotiate how we want to send that message than has already been put on the table. Because right now, the incentive package that's on the table won't support 80-20.
And the question is on the 80-20, is that?
It's 80-20 and a greater incentive package.
Yes, an incentive package, or a fully funded incentive package.
We can talk, let's take fully funded off the table for the moment, so we'll
Okay.
negotiate that. Let's just maybe start with 80-20 as the inclusion rate and a higher incentive package than is currently than has been put on the table by the Housing Bureau. So is there support for that concept? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 11, okay. So I think the next part of discussion is if that's what we would recommend, it sounds like it's a discussion on how we would send the message to council about funding and what an acceptable gap is, and whether it's fully funded or whether we feel there's an acceptable gap that should be built into that incentive package. And am I framing that correct for people's concerns?
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to weigh in on, is I think we should really have language around an incentive package that is contemplated to support development feasibility, but staying away from the idea that it needs to be fully funded. All the literature on IZ shows that developers and communities will absorb some of that impact without complete abatement through incentives. So it's just part of the proposal. So why we would go beyond that and fully fund it and take all risk away from the development community does not make sense to me.
So a question, at what rate would you expect them to do it? I'm okay, but we can put a range in. The issue for me is when you start talking about what the gap is, it becomes, then you start moving all the pieces around below it.
Well,
And so if you say 2%, 5%, 8%, look at the chart, pick a number, you're really moving the pieces around below also.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I'm very intentionally doing that. I think there is so much uncertainty and there is so much variability in market conditions over time. I mean, Kat, didn't you mention to me that this cost of construction has almost doubled over the past 5 years because of the boom that's going on?
I don't know that I said 5 years, but I was saying the last 6 months I had a project that increased $100 a square foot in 6 months.
Was at 200 went to 380, is that what you told me, something like that? So there's huge variation, and so I'm shocked to hear myself say this, but I don't think that this is really amenable to a definitive analysis, and I think my understanding of part of what happened in the expert group was that there were competing analyses that were done. They came up with a range of proposals or a range of assessments. Most of them overlapped, some did not. And I think we're always going to be in that situation. So trying to kind of hone in on a general principle about what the numeric features are, to me, it really doesn't make sense. I think it's more a question of choosing something that's contemplated to be reasonable, monitoring it, see if it is reasonable, and then making adjustments over time. So, and also, I come to this issue with the idea that we're advisory to the city council. We're not trying to set I don't believe we're trying to set an exact program for this. I think we're trying to put some stakes in the ground around what we think it should look like.
Sorry, what was that, Mike? You said 80% to 90%? Oh. That fair? Yep. Eli?
So I'll try and propose something to riff off this, since we had 7, maybe. Would be, instead of fully funded incentive package, if we borrow something from the locust proposal, we could say developers would absorb a 10 basis point hit. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out some way that they absorb something in the proposal. And we could put sideboards on the incentive package to say that the things I mentioned earlier, that it does not include SDC programs beyond 60% of median family income, and it does not include, I would say, probably say not CET funds, but it does include the property tax abatement at the appropriate level for the geographic part of the city. And in some ways, by proposing 2080, the city may have handed us an impossible task, and we might be handing them back an impossible task, because I don't think you can actually meet that with those sideboards that I just mentioned, but they give us impossible tasks, maybe we can send it back to them that way. I mean, I'm trying to think of a way, because I was sort of swayed by the idea of giving them an aspirational 2080 and letting them do the budget numbers, but anyway, those are a couple ideas, maybe.
So to that, I would not support the 10 basis point hit, because at the moment it is not taking any account into the other zoning changes that we're hoping to promote and move forward. And so I would ratchet that back, and I don't know what the number is. That's kind of where I'm struggling with trying to provide that, and thus, in some ways, fully funded made it easy. But if we're going to have to come up with a number tonight, I'd say it's, I don't know, a 5 or an 8%, and I'd rather start. I'd rather personally start at a smaller basis point gap and let the program build and as it moves on in the phasing situation, and so that we let Central City 2035 goals kind of get implemented along with this program.
I'd be fine with that.
So I'm going to ask for a little clarity for those of us who aren't doing development all the time. When you say basis points, are we talking about a percentage of residual land value, or what metric are we actually talking about?
Tyler? Matthew?
We look at residual land value, and we've also looked at the internal rate of return. I think your measure of feasibility a person's preferred measure of feasibility will vary person to person.
So if we could pick one and talk in terms of that.
I would rather do the residual land value. I was just trying to figure out a way to, in my ideal world, the IZ program does somewhat impact residual land value, but it impacts it slowly over time. I mean, rather than a big hammer at some point.
Traditionally, when programs are being calibrated, residual land value is used as in a macroeconomic analysis versus a project by project that would use an internal rate of return or yield on cost or some other measure.
And the charts from the staff memo are in terms of residual land value, right? So
correct.
Can we pick residual land value as our metric for measuring the gap?
Sure.
For our discussion?
Sure.
Okay. So
what I don't know how to, then I would need help how to describe what that residual land value is. So I understood it in far as basis points, so I would then need Tyler or Eli or somebody to help us figure out what would be the equivalent in residual land value.
I think the easiest way to describe it is a residual, if you consider the residual land value is the value in land after the acquisition of the land. Well, the residual land value is the value in the land after developing the land, inclusive of a developer's profit. And so it's depending on, when we did our analysis, we would compare the residual land value in an analysis to the price of land, and we'd look at price points over the last 3 or 4 years to determine if when the residual land value falls below the price of land, a development is infeasible. So you not only have to look at the change in the residual land value in each inclusionary scenario to the market rate scenario, you need to compare it to the price of land for the respective prototype. Maybe a simpler way to think about it, if a market rate development has a $0 residual land value, whatever the negative is on the inclusionary scenario is the drop in the value of the land given the inclusionary requirement and the incentives being offered on a per square foot basis of site area.
So if we're going to talk on residual land value, is there an assumption that the Housing Bureau made about what drop or gap in residual land value to zero versus the negative? Like, what was too much versus what you've got on the, or where are you at? How did you establish that?
So it's not as, I think, definite as you'd like, because you're not only looking at the change compared to the market rate scenario, but compared to the price of land in 2 years ago or 3 years ago when the development feasibly went through the permitting process and acquired the land and acquired the financing at the rent levels that we're seeing today. And so we calibrated the program with incentives, again, trying to prioritize the 10% at 60% without too significant of a drop-off. I think you'll see in your graphs that, and at some point it becomes a matter of perspective, and again, looking at this 10 at 60, is 8% too much? Is 25% too much? It probably depends on an individual's perspective and their business model.
Katie?
Is this too simple? Could we say begin with a fully funded incentive package? Because I'm thinking that one of the things that we're...
Could you use the mic, please? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, myself. Is it too simple to say just begin with a fully funded incentive package? Because I get the feeling that one of the reasons for this fully funded incentive package is to allow the council to dip into what exactly this thing is going to be costing them. And then the other thing is that to ease developers into this new milieu without easily, and then if you say begin, that doesn't mean you can't change it later.
So if I'm following you right, you're saying start a phasing program and set it at fully funded and ramp up to a gap at some later point. Mike?
Well, if I understand this conversation, is it possible to say offer fully funded incentive package to reduce the gap? Because we're talking about, isn't that what we're talking about? You don't want to eliminate it entirely. On the other hand, you recognize that it isn't feasible after a certain point economically. Isn't that what we're talking about?
Then it wouldn't be fully funded. I guess maybe that's where I'm struggling a little bit. I mean, you could offer an incentive package and recommend that we reduce the gap that is on the table today and leave it at that. That would be a pretty ambiguous way to go about it. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is ambiguous is we're not giving them a target, but fair enough. You can roll your eyes at me.
Fully funded to reduce.
So it's essentially.
Okay, all right. Got it.
Well,
Never mind.
I like Katie's idea of starting with it funded. I think that would be fine for my interests, with, as you described, to have it ramp up. So fully, in my mind, I'm thinking fully funded means no change in residual land value, which the city already has worked into their model as best they can. So, I mean, I guess I would say I would be okay with, if that's what it means to be fully funded, is that it doesn't impact residual land value anywhere in the city. Obviously, that means you have to tune the programs differently, different parts to make that happen. Then that would be consistent with what I'd like to see out of a proposal, yeah.
Okay. Is everybody following that? I'm just wondering if we get a raise of hand on what Eli just said, and then we'll see if there's any consensus moving forward on that, so.
I will clarify. So fully fund up until there is no gap.
I guess what I mean is that
Feasibility gap.
the incentive package is about equal to the amount of, it makes up for the loss of income they have from having the affordable unit. That's what it means. So part of that incentive package is the density bonus, and then part of it is this other stuff. And I'm saying let those things match to start, to get the program started, and then over time, then we can start stiffening up the program, which might mean scaling up the inclusion rates, or it could mean reducing the incentives.
So you're saying a 1-to-1 offset?
Yeah. And then partly the reason to say that is because we struggled to come up with a way of saying a 1.1 to 1 offset or something. I mean, I think, I follow the logic of trying to tamp it down and say, yep, you're eating a little bit here, but without having a good metric to say it, I'm saying I'm okay starting off with a 1-to-1 offset.
Okay, so, oh yes, go ahead, Teresa. And I'm gonna, sorry, real quick. So we are at 10 after 4. Our agenda had us going to 4. So I'm already begging you guys to sit here a little bit longer. Are we okay at least going till 4:30? And I'm not sure we'll get there, but we'll do everything. I'll keep trying to get us there. Does 4:30 work for people?
I thought we were.
Well, hopefully. I'm just, okay. Okay. Teresa?
Okay, so what I like about what Eli said is it does a couple things. It keeps our rate at the highest possible rate we can ask for at this moment in time. By starting out with what we consider a no-gap incentive program, we can see if we can attract somebody to do this, right? Because our goal is to get something. We want to build some affordable units. So let's see if we can get any little cockroaches to come eat our sugar.
Well, they'll be forced to. It's mandatory.
Just a loose analogy.
Yeah. And then, I know. And then if it works too well, then turn it down. If it doesn't work at all, then we have to go back to the drawing board. And I'm sure that Goldilocks would say it might be just right, but I doubt it.
Wow, that was an interesting.
I guess,
Maggie, could you speak in the microphone, please?
yeah, I guess my issue there is if you do offer a 1-to-1 offset at the beginning, there's no way to claw back any of that funding which could have gone elsewhere. If you
What if the offset comes from tax incentive from the new building itself? So it's from the abatement side, not taken away from, let's say, SDC's. I mean, I don't know. I think they're going to need a little bit of all of it, but we certainly encourage that take where it's not degrading another program. Granted, the county will say there's schools involved. I get it, but it's also new buildings coming online, so it's new tax revenue at a future date. Yeah, Mike?
Well, isn't this all predicated on an evaluation over time and changing the program if you need to? So there is no reason why you can't claw back or
Yep.
whatever, change things over time as we evaluate the program. But start out big as we can.
Okay. Okay, so show of hands on the way we've been describing the fully funded line item.
So just
Go ahead,
to
Andre.
clarify that, it would begin with a fully funded incentive package. Is that
And then
correct?
phase,
And then
or with a phased adjustment. We could put it in. Okay?
periodic adjustment? Is that the correct terminology?
What's
Well,
being
you're on your last bullet point there. You say provide an annual report to review inclusion rate, and I think it just could be and, adjust as appropriate or
Right.
some other kind of language there.
And incentive package,
Right.
Go ahead, Maggie.
Did you want to add, just to make it a little more palatable, at least for me, what you just said in terms of not reaching into SDC fees, not reaching into those programs? that are-
Targeting tax abatement first. Sure. Be happy to add that on personally, but let's maybe start here and then let's kind of go there. So do we have just general consensus on?
And the last bullet's not just the inclusion rate, it's.
I- Well, because of Maggie's concern, I think there should be some wording. Begin with a fully funded incentive package, so there's no blah, 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 in development feasibility gap. And then, help me with this, how can we say that in the future, with the idea that in the future, the cost will be more equitably shared or something like that. I mean, just something to point in the direction that we're just beginning with this and that we want it to change over time.
So annual review of program performance and policy objectives.
Okay. Does that do that?
Well, I think if I'm hearing Maggie and Katie right, and I've heard different people talk about it, what this doesn't directly address, as worded currently, is a desire to see this as a starting point that's phasing or ramping up. And I think that's what you're getting at, Maggie and Katie.
Yeah, that's what I am, and I'm thinking maybe that should just go in the letter that goes with it. You know, I mean, because, okay, that would satisfy me.
But we still have the framework.
Well, I think in some ways this is a policy and framework altogether, right? Yeah, I think. Gary?
So I can live with the idea of no gap in development feasibility, but in real life, how do you measure that?
I think it goes back to keeping residual land values at.
I'm sorry?
I think it goes
By
back to the
looking at
residual
a
land
re-
value concept and bringing them back to,
And modeling it through the pro forma on residual land value?
I think, but I look to the guys who do performance, because I don't do that.
Do you think staff could come up with language for that?
Sure. Yeah.
So we don't have to wordsmith it right now? But basically hold harmless residual land value, regardless of geography of the city? Yeah. To begin, right. And then we modify is this the third bullet point, to put some sideboards on the funding sources? If we're editing on the fly, Tom? Or do people agree with the idea of putting
Yes.
sideboards on that? Okay, so we could say a fund incentive package. I guess I would maybe drop the outside the central city. I'm just thinking fund the incentive package through a combination of tax exemptions and SDC waivers up to 60% of MF. SDC waivers for up to 60% of MFI, more flexible on the tax.
Because that exists now.
Because it exists now,
Right.
yeah. And just leaving that as the funding package. And do we need to include in here the 3-to-1, or is that implied? 3-to-1 zoning, the FAR bonus?
I think it's implied, but we can certainly
But we
add
could put it in there.
can't
So
hurt.
the funding package includes, density bonus, SCC waivers up to 60% of median family income, and property tax exemptions for up to 10 years. But it can be somewhere in between.
So I'm just taking the set fee in lieu of at 15 on faith. I have no idea what that means.
I'll be honest, I'm the same.
And the city proposal had a bigger number.
It had a bigger number.
I think what it's a statement of, we think the number's too high. And
It is worth.
what else it should be is
It is worth
anyone's
noting
guess.
that your $15 is lower than what the developers proffered as a counteroffer. So I'm not sure if you intend to actually.
I guess my comment would be, the fee in lieu should be.
That's why I asked.
Slightly higher than the cost of providing the units, so that we're still incentivizing providing the units, but perhaps not as high as fully funding Housing Bureau's ability to be able to build them at a later date, because it's somewhere in between, and we don't know what that is.
And back up on that other bullet, I'm proposing SDC waivers up to 60% of median, and I'm not including CET funds on that list, if that's okay.
Why?
Because CED funds can go to any housing from 0 to 60? It can go to 80. It can go up to 80, sure, but it can also go down to 0. And I just, I mean, I'd like them to be available for lower stuff, because this program could suck them all up. That's my question. If we're
I would just say, I thought part of our sideboards was to make sure that we don't, at the Housing Bureau, or we don't take all the funds from any existing program and any targeted program. So we're leaving programs harmless in doing this. So the CET funds would be, if they're targeted to 0 to 30, they would be left harmless. And I thought the CET funds were going to run the gamut of income levels in terms of what
Yeah,
we're targeted for.
for the CET, the way it was, a certain amount of the CET funding is earmarked for supporting this inclusionary housing program already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what we can do in the letter is add a separate.
Supporting that amount. I heard from some concerns about the money, so if it's a certain percentage of CET already earmarked, the affordable housing community, then include it in there.
But
Alright.
what I'm hearing that isn't in the memo, or that is a concern, that in the trying to fully fund an incentive package, that we don't overreach and vacuum or suck all the subsidies out of other programs.
Right.
Just to make this work. That if you find yourself doing that, revisit the inclusion rate.
Right.
So,
So we'll
and I
work
think there's
up some-
support for putting
That's
that in there,
sideboard.
definitely.
And
Right.
Tom, doesn't that apply also though to the city-county negotiations? Because in effect, what you're doing is sucking money out of Multnomah County to cross-subsidize.
Well, they're gonna have to agree to it.
Correct. And I think the other bullet point that's not on here is, then the next point is, should you not find the incentives to kind of hit these parameters, then you need to adjust the inclusion rate.
I think that would be good.
I mean, that's the last bullet point, right? It's the full circle.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Quick question. Can you scroll up just a tiny bit? So the phasing of a fully funded, which I'm still struggling with a lot, package, are we assuming still a calibration time period of 5 years?
I personally would recommend a calibration period of an annual review.
Yeah.
Okay.
And therefore, you know, I think there's going to be the first few years, we're not going to have enough data. I think there's going to be struggle to get data because there's so much in the pipeline. But I think eventually you'll have data to go, you know what, we need to recalibrate it. It could be the gap. It could be the incentive or the inclusionary package. It could be the incentive package, right? I think it's all going to, just the discussion we've been having tonight.
And then did we just agree to take out that dollar amount for the fee in lieu? Did I just hear that? Higher? I would side
Let's
with
make it higher, but I
PHBs.
don't want it. The issue is, I think to Catherine's point, to me, it's too high. I don't know, $15 was just, I was walking down the stairs and 15 sounded good. So that's how we got to 15.
There were 15 steps?
There's maybe it's 15 steps, I don't know. But there needs to be a number that says it's equivalent to maybe a little bit above, but you're not producing another unit, because you still want, even if, you still want to get money. I mean, you don't want to kill a program.
Why would we be offering a lower fee in lieu if we're fully covering the costs to begin with? There shouldn't be a need to do a lower cost project because they're being held harmless.
Because
you're fully funding the incentive package.
Right, but
There's
the
no
hold
need to
harmless
lower the fee in lieu.
is against a population of projects. And there may be individual projects that for some reason behave differently and don't work, and we're creating an escape valve.
It would seem to me that their project doesn't work well to begin with.
Do we have a motion?
Do we have a staff recommendation on the number?
Well, could we frame it as to kind of like, as I was saying, instead of an exact number, stating we want it higher than what's being put on the table here, to encourage the actual inclusion of affordable housing within the units. And then if there is consensus that providing the $29 that's been on the table to fully kind of offsite it through Portland Housing Bureau isn't correct, it needs to be somewhere in between, and we could say it's halfway in between, three-quarter,
I mean, perhaps what we want to do is say what our intent is with that.
That's what I'm
bullet.
getting at, is if,
Yeah. Is
I'm
the
trying to
intent-
frame the intent.
Is the intent to make the dollar amount in lieu more expensive than doing the unit in-house, or less expensive?
I think the intent's still more expensive,
Yeah.
but not quite as expensive as
So then I
having,
think more just saying that directly and saying, you know, set the fee in lieu, 5% above what or some, a small percentage above the equivalent incentive package.
Right.
Or something like that. And then just like they're figuring out how to do the other incentives, they could figure that out.
Gary?
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned that we're creating an economic package that seems to be bending over backwards in favor of the development community. So doing the full funding of the incentive package and if we're using residual land value as the measure of that, my understanding again is that in the expert panel, there were a range of measures on that, depending on whether you looked in aggregate or looked at individual projects. And so by looking at that single measure on the population level doesn't really make sense. And in effect, what we're doing is we're potentially overfunding that because of that range. We're not picking the cheapest part of the range. We're not picking the most expensive part of the range. We're picking the average part. And we can probably do better than that financially. And similarly, I thought I heard you guys talk about some substantially higher figures for actual construction costs in lieu of, or were you talking $15?
The proposal ranges from 23 to $29.
Tyler, your mic's not on.
Yeah, so
Oh, I'm just not talking loud enough.
So why are we doing full abatement incentive package and reducing the fee in lieu of simultaneously? As a package, it's not making sense to me.
I think Maggie's with you on that. She concurs.
Yeah, and then we've already heard from even Locust that development community can take a hit. They say it's 10 basis points, whatever the equivalent is. I just, and I'm sure it could go lower. A higher hit. So I don't know if I could uphold this for fully funded, no harm.
Would be, this is, in the revenue side, in the fee in lieu, it's a balance to me. And from my perspective, I want council not to just forget fee in lieu and just look at this, but to look at fee in lieu. So I'm comfortable, I'm not going to die on this sword here, but I'm comfortable with maybe getting rid of the dollars and just, that a fee be set to get to an objective versus laying out a specific number. And I'm really comfortable with that.
Yeah, I appreciate that suggestion, and I think something that more of a conceptual statement says that adequately supports development of alternative off-site housing makes more sense. So thank you for that suggestion. I also wanted to say, I realize the statement I made a couple minutes ago may have sounded really negative around the development community, and that's not where I'm at. I think we want the developers to be successful and to produce housing for the community. We want them to be profitable. I want them to be profitable. But I also think we need to really balance what we're doing economically here.
So what's that going to say?
Yeah.
I did, but I wasn't getting anybody to follow what I was saying. So I guess I'm thinking how to reword it.
You said 5% or some low percentage, so that it is.
Gary, can you restate what you just said?
I think what I said was something around a fee contemplated to support the cost of development of alternatives to inclusionary units, or however you say that. I mean, the idea is the city is going to be building something else in lieu of creating units in the development, and it needs to fully fund that.
Isn't that the logic that got to the Housing Bureau's number?
Yeah, which is what they've got on the table, right? So I think the only other question on that piece is, do we need at some point, or now or later, the fee in lieu to act as that alternative for a developer who is producing housing to still produce housing versus deciding not to.
Right.
And get money into the city's hands to help support some affordable units. And at the moment, my fear is if you fully support the $29 that's on the table right now, you're not only going to lose the developer to producing homes, period, but they're not going to pay that fee because it's too high. Therefore, you get zero. So is there a compromise somewhere in between that, yeah, you still want to encourage them to do it here, you want to make it a little painful, but at least if you're going to walk away, don't walk away, just give us some money and we'll take that. So that's, I guess, the thought on the compromise, in my opinion. And I don't know what that number is, and so perhaps just stating the intent is the way to go about it, and I'm fine with that.
What did
Yes,
Locust say
Susan?
they would support?
They had a range from $17 to $23 per square foot.
20?
23.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm splitting the difference.
Yeah.
Huh?
Tyler, was that number from Locust just Central City, though? Or did?
Yeah.
It should be different for different parts of the city.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's
So-
why I would go back to not setting a number in this bullet, but to say, set the fee in lieu in a manner that, doesn't encourage development in one part of the city versus another, that it, and just go through the list of that, and we can draft that up and send it back out.
Okay.
Basically to say all the things you guys have said in
Right.
terms of what we want the fee to do, but I wouldn't put a number there.
So if I captured that, the concern is as proposed, the current fee schedule is too high.
Right.
At the 24 to 28 range, that it needs to be adjusted to represent a more effective relief valve, at least to start, and calibrated across the city, which the Housing Bureau schedule does because it is by zone. But that the concern is it's too high. It needs to be a more effective relief valve as an alternative, at least to start.
And it needs to be higher than this package so that you're still
Yes.
incentivizing
Yes.
development on site.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so just
Lower, but still higher.
I like it.
Exactly. Please get that.
So, does somebody want to make an amendment?
Well, I want to offer my parking amendment.
Oh, yes,
Oh,
please
parking
do,
amendment.
Chris.
So
Thank you.
let me quickly give you the logic. So the mayor has proposed an amendment in the Task 5 package that would basically eliminate parking minimums in mixed use near transit. So basically reverse what we did in 2013. I'm fully in support of that. If we do it here, it comes into effect a year earlier, 2017 instead of 2018, which I think is a good thing. And we have heard in the testimony from the Housing Bureau, from the developers, from the housing advocates, that getting rid of the parking minimums makes the whole landscape for inclusionary better. So it's a win-win-win from my point of view. So the technical amendment would be amend section 33.266.110, so there's no minimum parking required for sites located close to transit. I would just, for our bullets, say eliminate parking minimums close to transit.
Oh, Maggie, go ahead.
So I would offer that as an incentive in lieu of, as a priority incentive in lieu of some of the incentives offered above.
And
So
that's already in the Housing Bureau package, but what the Housing Bureau has told us, if you eliminate parking minimums overall, all the equations get better. So I think we get more housing of all types, including inclusionary, if we just do a blanket removal rather than as an incentive.
Which then means they won't have to have as much abatement or SDCs to cover.
So is the effect of that to eliminate parking minima in all new developments?
Mixed-use zones within whatever the distances from transit are, they're already in the code.
Just in mixed-use zones?
Yes.
We don't have it in Central City, so.
Right. In mixed-use zones.
And multi-dwelling zones, I think the Task 5 one is it's 1,000 feet from a max
Right.
station and 500 feet from a frequent or a 20-minute bus line.
So I just want to match what the mayor is already doing and do it sooner.
And realizing that it doesn't mean they won't build parking still.
Sure. The
Because
market
they
will
may
determine,
choose to do
right.
it because of the market anyway.
Okay, so I think that was second. Okay. So, do we want to have an amendment that kind of basically sets what's on the screen forward, and then we'll take a vote on that?
Could I
think you
check
have
whether this
to-
amendment?
Oh, sorry.
Somebody needs to make the motion.
Well, I guess that's what I'm, sorry. Yes, absolutely.
We're just putting stuff up there.
Yes.
We need to talk about the package.
Correct, yeah.
Can I see if something?
Somebody needs
Needs
to.
a
I
motion
move
for what's
that
on
we-
here. Yes, thank
I
you.
move that we adopt what's on the screen to send to city council for our recommendation.
We see the whole thing at once?
Yeah, we might need to reduce the text size so we can see it all, Tom.
I'm not going to read line by line. Somebody else.
Could I ask you a question? Is it already baked in that projects with under 20 units in a building could participate in these program?
Yes.
Without having to be on the screen?
Yes.
If that's the motion?
Yeah, we do
Including
have
the
a-
3-to-1 density bonus?
Yes, it's in the code, yeah, that we have a voluntary option for those that don't hit the 20-unit threshold. Yes.
So you're suggesting a voluntary option for buildings under 20 units?
I'm saying I want this whole incentive package to be available if you're under 20 units.
Do we also
as a
want it
voluntary
available
program.
for projects that vested before this comes
Yes.
into effect?
Yes.
Right,
So I'd like that to be part of the proposal,
Yeah.
and just to be safe, we could put it on there if it's unclear.
It's a friendly amendment,
Friendly
So-
amendment, I hope.
So it's already available.
I'm not sure we got a second.
a friendly
It's-
addition.
It's already available under 20 units, correct? I mean, the program is already available under 20 units. Voluntarily.
We
So
can just reiterate it.
You can just say-
Let's just add it and reiterate it.
Okay.
I mean-
Yeah.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion? Further discussion?
well, I'll just ask the question, at the risk of complicating this, do we want to say something about family-friendly incentives, or are we going to let that opportunity go by?
I guess I'm okay with it not being kind of in here, but I would love to, I
Put it
would
in a
talk
letter?
about it at council and put it in a letter
Okay.
personally. Because I do think to try to
Right.
bundle this up with all that's going on with IZ is probably too much of a package,
Okay.
personally.
So just to clarify what I think I know the answer to. So we are going to amend Title 33 and put the first bullet point into Title 33. All the other bullet points are subsequent actions that we hope the city council will take. But bullet 1 will be in code and in effect. Yes, is that the intent of the motion? Well, this is our recommendation. Are we recommending they amend Title 33
Yes.
to implement prior to, yes, okay, I see, okay, so I just want to understand what everyone's,
I think it's number 1 and the last one, too. The parking minimums would also be Title 33.
Yes.
okay. And just out of curiosity, assuming the city council did exactly what we said, and on February 1st, I'm coming in the door, because I didn't get vested in time with a development proposal, and we know there's not an adequate incentive package to do 2080 and 1060, just the collective response to that developer, well, you really ought to wait to submit your application till we do all these other bullet points, or are we, what is the message to the development community? On one hand, we're saying incentive package doesn't work at these inclusion rates until these other things happen. Are we telling developers, you might as well wait until, I'm trying to understand
Council's
what
going to,
happens?
isn't council going to adopt the amendment to Title 33 at the same time they adopt the incentives into Title 30? So they're not going to happen separately. There's one package that council is going to adopt that will cover both sections of code.
How do we know that?
Well-
Are we saying, is that our recommendation that
Correct, yes. And
these
I
are
think as a part of it, we're
recommendations.
trying to also saying, then you need to change our recommendation on the inclusion rate if you're going to change the incentives. And that's when you council move on both 30 and 33 at the same time.
That's this bullet right here. If you don't find enough incentives that makes you comfortable with, offsetting, then revisit the inclusion rate.
So I guess.
But you're deferring to
let me
council's
ask,
judgment.
and a slight chance I can make this a unanimous support for this. Can we say, and these aren't the words, this is the concept, that we recommend that the inclusion rate in bullet 1 not be effective until Title 30 is amended at the same time, consistent with our bullet points? Because I don't understand how we turn on the inclusion rate in Title 33 before Title 30 has adequately addressed the bullet points. Then we have a flawed program that we know doesn't work.
Both the Title 33 and the Title 30 ordinances will be in front of council at the same time. They will be looking at those at the same time, and it's still up to council to make that judgment call that they're in balance.
I think, though, does it harm us at all to just state that this has to be adopted at the exact same time? The inclusion rate cannot be adopted unless Title 30 addresses it. Basically timed together, so it has to happen together in a statement.
I would second that.
Sure.
Let's just modify bullet 5 to say that they should be adopted together, and if there are not enough incentives, revisit the inclusion rate. Right.
I think that's a yes.
Well, just to be clear, adopt together, that doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
It means the Title 30 incentive package has to be consistent with or implement, whatever the word is, all of these bullet points in order for the first bullet point to take effect. Because I don't know if what they're going to have in front of them next month, I'm guessing it's not going to be a Title 30 addressing all these. So I just want to be clear that if that's what's in front of you, City Council, the Planning Commission recommendation with a Title 30 that's not consistent with that, then we would recommend you don't adopt the package. Because it's true, they have to, by law, adopt an incentive package with the inclusion rate.
So I'm struggling because you're saying they have to do what we say when we're only a recommendation.
Yeah,
And
do
so
exactly
they
what we
don't.
say or don't do anything.
Yeah,
I don't think we
and
get to say that.
I don't, I think what we're recommending is that they adopt 30 and 33 together, but I can't go to say, if you don't do it, at that point, it's up to them if they want to take the legal issue of adopting one over the other, because the law says they have to adopt and put the two packages together. But it's up to them to
The
make
law
that
says they
decision.
have to adopt an incentive package and inclusion rate.
Yes.
It doesn't say the specifics of the incentive package. So as I understand it, our conclusion is the 2080, 1060, as laid out in the Housing Bureau program, doesn't work unless the incentive package successfully addresses all these bullet points. So if that's what we're saying, I'm not sure, so my point is, our recommendation should be to the council that the adoption of the Title 33 inclusion rate should happen in conjunction with a Title 33 incentive package consistent with our bullet points.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. You went a little further, and I'm.
Okay, well, then I didn't mean to go further. I just wanted to.
Yeah.
I'd like to vote on it.
Okay, Maggie.
I don't think I can support it with the fully funded incentive package.
Okay. Fair enough.
So we went
State that.
with Jeff to be unanimous?
That's
Well, it's going to be hard to get us on the same boat together. We can try.
Okay. So, any other discussion before we vote on it?
Can you scroll down all the way? I'm sorry, just want to know what I'm reluctantly. Sorry to do this, but if I'm going to join, I got to get my comfort level there. Sorry, Mike, I can see you're already mad at me.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we not only review the inclusion rate and make adjustments based on the evidence provided? I mean, it seems to suggest we're going to look at it and go, huh,
Well, that's
But-
your purview.
Right.
Right?
to make adjustments. Well, why don't we make that clear? We're looking to adjust on an annual basis, not just review on an annual basis.
Well,
Recommend,
yeah.
Recommend adjustments, right, thank you, Chris.
That's the last one, Jeff.
Yep.
I want Mike, I want to put one about a tree canopy in, if, but we're out of amendments, so never mind.
Blew it.
At the risk of having somebody take my head off, are there any more discussion? Not you. Okay, can we get a roll call, Julie? Please. We had a motion, and we had a second in discussion.
All right.
You rushed me to this point.
4 hours later.
And I was talking as you were writing, and I apologize for ruining the sequence, but where you say adopt T33 and T30 together, to me, it's essential that we say that T30 has to reflect our bullet points.
But it's time to.
That's what it means. If there's not enough incentives, then revisit the inclusion rate. That's all, what you said in the bullets above is all about having an adequate, fully funded inclusion or incentive package.
All right, you got me there. I am, with incredible reluctance, going to support this. I think this program is still a huge mistake. I don't think it's ready, but I'm going to be a team player with the Planning Commission and hope that the city realistically implements these bullet points. I'm nervous they will not be given the substantive review that's required. So I am a very reluctant yes vote for this.
Howard.
Yes.
Larcell.
Yes.
Oxman.
With great hesitancy about the full incentive, I'll go yes.
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 Yes, and I will look forward to our first annual review with all of our smart people to make it really good, so Portland could be a leader in this area.
Yes, with hesitancy regarding the full, covering the full gap.
Self-explanatory notes.
First, can you take my name off there? A yes, and I hope that council will allow us to come to the work session with a couple, maybe 3 people, to talk about this because of our deep concerns. I know this is a hard one, but everything we can do to express to council our concerns will be, I think, very helpful for them.
Thank you. Yes, and I will say, for me, this has been a unfortunately rushed process, and I wish, as a group, we had been able to do the work that we really would have liked to have done, and I think we could have done a much better job given the time and been very thoughtful with it and had a proposal that would go to council that would be 96% there. I know this isn't there, so yes, absolutely, please encourage council to let us join in a work session so that we can express all of our concerns and all of our points of views. So with that, thank you for bearing with us, everyone. We are adjourned.
That was.